T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
I see the crystal raindrops fall, and the beauty of it all is when the sun comes shining through to make those rainbows in my mind when I think of you sometime, and I want to spend some time with you, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building castles in the sky, just the two of us. You and I. We look for love, no time for tears. Wasted water's all that is, and it don't make no flowers grow. Good things might come to those who wait, but not for those who wait too late. We gotta go for all we know. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Just the two of us. I hear the crystal raindrops fall on the window down the hall, and it becomes the morning dew. And darling, when the morning comes and I see the morning sun, I wanna be the one with you, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building big castles way on high, just the two of us, you and I. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Let's get it together, baby. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them. Good morning. Good morning to you guys. Oh man, I gotta tell you right now. First off, I am tired. I got the poker room up and running on the Discord. I got it, I got it up and running. And I played with two gentlemen. I won't say their names, but I got to playing. I got to playing with them a little bit last night, and we went way too late, way too late. And I don't even know how in the world I'm up right now. I had a fun time. I don't think they had a fun time, but I'm really anxiously and excited to be able to have a poker night with you guys on the Discord channel. It is so much fun. It's not a bad random card generator. I've seen sensationalized poker card generators, and it's not so much the case with this one. And yeah, I thought it was. I think it's decent. It's a decent program, so that'll be fun. That's the first thing. Just the two of us. Why that song? Like, what the heck? Why in the world? What Discord channel? It's gonna be my Discord channel, Manjeet. I have my own Discord channel. I can post it up for you guys again. Let's see. I don't know what night I'm going to do it on, but I think Saturday nights would be a good night to do it every other week, or we could do Sunday nights every week, one or the other. I don't want to have people stay up too late and affect their work and stuff like that, so Saturday nights every other week would be kind of fun. But anyways, what am I trying to get at here? I wanted to talk about the song, Why Just the Two of Us? So yesterday, I went to my son's percussion recital, like kind of like an end of the year type drum recital, and he did a great job. Did an amazing performance, and at the very end, they put together a little percussion rendition of Just the Two of Us. And I don't know what it was, but there was it just got stuck in my head. And I was leaving the auditorium. I was walking out. I had that song just going through my head. And then I started thinking about, like, who would be possible board members. You're going like, how in the world do you think about that when you just watched your son playing something? Trust me, guys. I always have AMC thoughts going through my head. And I'm a sick and crazy person, but I have that Just the Two of Us song going through my head, and I can't tell you why I made the connection that I made, but it dawned on me. And I was like, why did I not think of this sooner? I'm not going to say who it is right now. I know you guys are going like, what? Come on, you can't leave us hanging like that. I'm going to do that to you. I'm going to leave you hanging. I'm going to do a 12-minute interview with that person. Like a why, because I already talked to the person. Why you would be good for the position, what your background is, what your history is that would allow you to be capable of filling that spot, why you want to do this, why you want to do the job. And it's not me. It's not me. But um, I can't think of a better person. I really can't. It saddens me. It saddens me that it took me so long to think of this as an idea. But it's a perfect idea. There's so many good reasons why I think it's a good idea. But anyways, I don't want to get stuck on that for too long. It's just kind of like one of those um, one of those moments, aha moments. And I want to say it was partially the song's fault. I'm not sure why, but it's amazing how music is powerful like that and has the ability to cause you to have amazing thoughts. But good morning to you guys. Good morning to every single one of you. Um, Notice the volume is really low this morning, super low, 3,910 shares having been traded. That's rough. Well, there is more. Remember that it's not Boss Blunts, Brandon, but remember that there's more than one seat that's available right now, and I honestly think that the Apes should get more than one seat. If we own the float, I think we should get 3 seats because that's only 1/3. Uh, that's only 1/3 of all the total board members. I think we should get 3 seats, but I'll settle for 2. I'll settle for the 2 open ones. And I wouldn't hesitate. I'd like to see Boss's resume before I stand behind it. And I'm not saying that I don't believe in Boss. It's just that I want to see the resume first. If there's anything that I do believe, you got to remember that we're electing somebody for 3 years. Whoever it is that we're electing needs to have some kind of abilities to serve on a board beyond just our input and what we want to see out of the company. Somebody that has a vision for longevity and why they could see a future in AMC and what it would mean to them. Yeah, man, old hippie, give it some time. I think I'm gonna do the interview and I think I'll release the person perhaps maybe this weekend. But it's just I was excited about it and I wanted to put it in for the title. Anyways, let's see. I was more excited that the person said yes, that they would do it. That was the more exciting part to me. And we talked actually on multiple occasions last night about it. Actually, I think Cat is a wonderful idea. Um, I reached out to Cat and asked her if she would do it, and she said no. I've already reached out to her. So there's that. But I think she would be a wonderful addition, Francis. I really do. And Nosa got it. It's Chan Chan. No, no, Nosa, it's not Chan Chan. But that's funny though. Yeah, I asked Kat. Um, I was actually I honestly didn't know if I'd get a response back from her. And when I did get a response back from her, I thought it was kind of cool that she even took the time to talk to me. I had this idea a long time ago that we needed somebody on the board, and I wanted to reach out to several people and find out if they'd be willing to do it. People in our community who I respect, who I think would be great people and individuals and leaders who would make a perfect person or fit for it, and every single one of them turned it down. Every single one. And no, they do not. I don't believe that they have to be U.S. citizens. No. I don't know if Pantheon wants to do it. We should ask him. I think he'd be a good candidate as well. But I'd have to. Well, actually, no. He might not. I don't think he can do it. I don't think he could do it at all. Um, we should reach out to him and ask, but I don't think he can do it. I shouldn't speak for him. He should speak for himself. Whoa, 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 whoa! Somebody just woke up. I'm gonna turn the show off just a little bit after 7 today, guys. Not turn the show off, but I'm gonna step away a little bit for break early because I need another hour of sleep. That poker got me last night, so I'm gonna leave at about 7 o'clock and go take like another hour-long nap. But let's take a look at some of the numbers here. I think I've stalled almost long enough to where the numbers should be rolling in. So I'm gonna clean my glasses and we'll take a look at our numbers for the day here. Believe it or not, I actually went and filled up my my spray for my lens cleaner, and we have a couple different sprays where it's stored at, and like I'm afraid one of these days that I'm gonna take like one of the other sprays and use that for glass cleaner. I think one of them might be like dog medicine for his ears. I hope I never do that. Yeah, you can play poker in the Discord, Danny. There's a cool program in there that allows you to play poker. So I'm gonna have AMC poker night. It's free. You don't have to pay anything. No cost. You can keep buying back in. I would try to keep it like a tournament style kind of thing where, I'll come up with some kind of format or something, but I don't know if we can have multiple tables or not, but I know we can have at least one. I'll have to do some testing and see if you can get multiple tables going, but there's some serious barcoding going on right here with some major, major candle wicks on this. Yeah, we were playing in the Discord. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. All right. I was smack talking. I was majorly smack talking. And if you ever play me in poker in real life, I tend to be very quiet. But when I'm playing for fun, I love to kind of jab at people a little bit. But there may be somebody who's never talking to me again after last night. I'm just saying. All right, I'm logged into Fidelity. Let's take you guys over to the other screen here, and let's take a look at some of our numbers. We'll cover everything here and see where we stand. I'm so tired today. It's not even funny. Alrighty, price prediction tally points. We ended the day at $15.51. I had 15 to 18. I thought we might run up a little bit higher, so I went, 30 cents less than what we closed at yesterday, or 2 days ago rather. And then was thinking that we might run up a little bit. We did run up, but it was only 20 cents, not as much as I thought. So 15 to 18 was good though. Eric had 14.50 to 17.50. Keto had 14.78 to 17.78. And Monty had 13.45 to 16.45. All those numbers were good. Every single person gets a tally point. We're cooking. We're cooking with grease this week. Everybody's doing really well on their points. I've been narrowly hanging in there. I think we're going to run up again today. Everybody got a price point, prediction, tally point. Short exempt volume, let's take a look at that. What do we got there? $39.5. All right, here comes. Actually, I'm going to do the increase. We were up 1.64% yesterday. Here comes the utilization drum roll. I can feel some of you guys just like anticipating. Is it still 100? Okay, it says 100, but let me just verify that it's updated. May 3rd. Yep, 100% utilization. 60 straight days. 60 straight days, trading days of utilization being 100%. And thanks to, dang it, who was it that, I can't remember who was it that told me I had the screen switched on here, but thank you for that again. Estimated current short share interest of the free float. We'll look at that here in just a minute, actually. I forgot to do the rest of the data. Off exchange. $50.85 and 14.38 for the EDGX were the numbers an hour before market close. Let's see what the final numbers were. 48.66 and 13.84. So the EDGX was still higher than the 30-day average, but that off exchange fell off at the end of the day. Combining the two numbers, 64% is kind of like our running average. If I add those two numbers together, I come up with 62.5, so a little bit less than our average percentage going through the dark pools. Moving down to Vortex data again, you'll see that estimated current short share interest of the free float is 18.92%. And moving to the top right hand side of the screen, you'll see that institutional share ownership was at yesterday last at 189.032 million shares. Let's give that a refresh and see if that's changed. We're really starting to get 13Fs to start rolling in here. No change, still the same value. Also, I'll make that announcement here in a minute. I have a special guest coming onto the show tomorrow morning. A very special guest. And that special guest will cause me to end the show early tomorrow and spend some time with that person. So it'll be a very short show tomorrow. I haven't decided if I'll leave the stream running or not. but I had a very pleasant surprise last night. Taking a look at Max Payne, it was 1750 on Monday, 17 yesterday. I'm going to go with 17 again today. 1650, it's dropping. Max Payne is 1650. And for the options, at a $51 strike price, yesterday there were 7.4 thousand contracts. There's now 8,000. Highest amount of open interest call volume at a $16 strike price, which is actually down from 20. And there's 10.6 thousand contracts. There was 7.3 at 20 yesterday. So open interest for the calls is way down, like $4. Highest amount of open interest for the puts is still at $14. There's 10.3 yesterday, and now it's 10.1. That also decreasing. Let me move a couple screens. Let's take a look at AMC's Vortex data just a little bit closer here. On loan amount, increasing day over day from 130 million shares to 130.67. 600,000 shares additional added on loan. I think that's not going to really decrease on loan average age per day because it's not enough shares, but let's verify. I think that'll probably head upwards. Nope, it came down some. That's unusual. It went from 100.55 to 98.97. So they are closing out loans. They're absolutely closing out older loans because that was really not that big of an increase in loan amounts. They're 100% closing out older loans. Hence the reason why you might have seen a price increase yesterday. They may have been buying shares on the market to close out positions. Estimated short share interest of the free float, 18.87 to 18.92, slight increase. No real huge spike. Failure to delivers. I never got a message from Vortex on this or not. That data looks like that's the same data as what we were seeing yesterday. So still seeing a nice increase in failure to delivers over time here. It has a very nice upwards trend. Looking good. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME did not make the top 10 list yesterday. AMC came in 18th with 61% buys to 39% sales. And GME finished in 22nd with 69% buys, nice, to 31% sales. $13.96 is SSR trigger price for the day today. Shares available to borrow. Oh, they've been borrowing some shares. Let's see what we got here. Yesterday, there was an amazing 4.95 million shares that we saw borrowed, almost nearly 5 million shares. We have not seen that many in a long, long time. Today, total amount I'm just going to put down for 1.95 million shares so far this morning. The fee to borrow is at 0.9. 124,000 contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 10.6 that are in the money. 42.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 35.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. I saw a question yesterday, a legitimate question, where somebody said, why would we stop playing options when there's an obvious run up and we can take money out of their pockets? And I would say, if you really think you're going to win on options, if you really, really, really think that you're going to win on options, then why do we have so many people closing out of the money on both calls and puts? Because as it stands, there is 166,000 contracts out of the money right now, and only 45 contracts that are in the money. Is that 4 times? Almost 3.68 times the amount of contracts that are out of the money. And just because they're in the money doesn't necessarily mean that they're making money. It just means that they're in the money. They could actually still be in the money and still not be making money on the contracts. Legitimately, they could be losing money. That's the other part. Although I do have to say, it is possible for them to be out of the money and be making money as well, on the flip side of the coin. The Nasdaq is up 0.22. The Dow Jones is up 0.15. S&P 500. Oh, wait. That was yesterday. And the S&P 500 was up 0.46. On the eastern side of the world, the Hang Seng was down 1.1, 2.41 up for Shanghai. FTS China up 1.13. Shenzhen was up 3.69. Nifty 50 down 2.29. BSE, S&P BSE was down 2.29. FTSE 100 was down 0.43, and FTSE 250 was down 1.27. So you were either majorly down yesterday on the eastern side of the world, or I should say today for them, or you were majorly up. There is no in-betweens. IWM is up 0.6, Tesla is up 0.08, Amazon is up 0.26, Cinemark is up 1.3. In the pre-market, Doge is up 2.33, Bitcoin up 3.35, GME is up 0.6, HYMC is down 2.74, Hood is down 1.19, and AMC is up 0.58. Yesterday we had more inflow than outflow by about $1.1 million roughly. We have 13.1 thousand shares having been traded so far. Waiting for our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. On the weekly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.42. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.68, which is below average. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.82, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.92, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, just ever so slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.06. Dogfan says, I'm just first thing I read there was Dogfan says, what does short score mean on Vortex? We are at 69.75. Let me look at it. If you go to stock scores, I believe, tab. Is that where you're at? I'm guessing that's probably where you're at. It was trading signals. By the way, on the 29th of April, I'm just now seeing this. On the 29th of April, we had an EPS Type 3 buy signal for that recommended holding AMC for 41 days. EPS, I think, is an earnings report signal, but I'm not positive. I'd have to look it up again. Man, I know what you're talking about. I'm trying to remember where I've seen that score before. I'm looking it up to see. They used to have a spot where it showed like squeeze potential or something. I can't remember if that's what it was called, but um, I'm wondering if that's what that is. That's what you're seeing. Short score. Oh, there it is. That's a new one. I have not seen that before. They've added that. Let me check it. It was on the top left of the Vortex page. Yeah. Yeah, I see it now. Let's look at it. I have not seen this. This is brand new. Let's see. They do not have any listing on this.
In this video, we will look.
Interesting. There's no information on that. I've not seen that before. Let me see if I can pull it up on Vortex. That is very interesting. I have not seen that indicator before. That link did not help me. It's a good question. Thank you for pointing that out. It's time to go over here to Twitter and ask them a nice little question. We're going to ask, so that's pinned, that's old. Okay, so they did update their fails to deliver. One second. Let's ask them. $62.49. What do we call this? The shorts tab. Shorts tab. Okay, so Vortex, what is the new short score seen under the Shorts tab in the section titled Short Interest and Securities Lending Data? Let's see if we can't get a response out of them out of that. The only other thing I can think to do is search on their page, which actually I don't know if I know how to do that, so I'm not going to do it. But I tried searching it up on the internet and I didn't see anything easily. Yeah, I haven't seen it before either. That's a first. Thank you for bringing that up. Natnail, I'm not going to say who the member is right now. It's just that last night it dawned on me that I knew somebody who was an ape. who would be a great person as a candidate, and I couldn't believe I hadn't thought of it before. So I talked to the person at least twice last night. They're willing to do it. I think it's the perfect candidate. I just can't think of anybody more perfect in my mind. But I'm going to do a 12-minute interview as a kind of a spot where people can see who this person is, why they think that them being on the board would help the board, and also the apes as well. I think you're gonna. I don't know. I'm kind of excited. Maybe I'm a little impartial, but you guys can make your own decision. I'll let you guys decide what you think. But I'll release that information later. But I think we're gonna be kind of polling to see how people feel about it, kind of testing the waters. Let's see. So Nasir tweeted me. I'm pulling it up right now and I'm looking at it. Failure to deliver is on Chart Exchange. Oh, Chart Exchange shows the T plus 35 date now. So 5-4. There wasn't that much of an increase. Actually, it was a decrease. You know what? It's been a while since I actually have. I thought I had Chart Exchange open on my computer. It may have been a tab that I got rid of a long time ago. It's pretty cool that it's got the T35 in there. I am kind of curious about something here. I want to check out real quick. Because the last date that's on here says 4/14. And then it says that the T35 date is 5/19. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks out, basically. 5 times 7 is 35. Let's see here. It's going by calendar days. Yeah. So when you pull up, this is the most curious part to me about the whole reg show. Documentation is that it talks about settlement dates, and the T30, any of the other ones are settlement dates aren't calendar days. So in Rule 204 provides an extended period of time. You read down and it gets down here and it says The firm has up to 35 calendar days following the trade date to close out the failure to deliver position by purchasing securities of a like kind and quantity. Such additional time is warranted and does not undermine the goal of reducing failures to deliver because these are sales of owned securities that cannot be delivered by the settlement date due solely to processing delays outside the seller or broker dealer's control. But most T plus anything, right? Immediately following that in that section, and I'll show this to you guys. Immediately following that in the section, anytime they ever have a T plus anything, it always talks about business days, right? A settlement cycle is always in business days, not calendar days. So this is the one thing that's really kind of perplexing to me because the settlement dates is what everything falls under, right? You can't settle on the weekend. There's no settlements on the weekend. So having 35 calendar days to return shares doesn't fit in with how the charts are charting. And it is T plus 35. It's not C plus 35. It's settlement. And so I think that there's a little bit of confusion. I'm not exactly sure why this says 35 calendar days. And I also note that on this screen here, they're doing settlement dates of 35 calendar days instead of T plus 35, which is 35 settlement dates. Why would they talk about settlement dates for everything except for the T35? T4s, T6 are all settlement dates. And the other problem too that I have with 35 calendar days is that, that could fall on a weekend. They can't deliver on a weekend. There's just no way. And so, like, it doesn't make any sense to why it would be 35 calendar days. So I don't think that that's right. It just doesn't make any sense at all. But I just noticed that on that website that on Chart Exchange, they're doing it by settlement days and or they're doing it by calendar days, not settlement dates, which I think is probably inaccurate. And you'll notice that the date for settlement for yesterday, which would have been 5/3, there was only a 324,000 failure to deliver change amount, which is very small and wouldn't account for why they would have needed to purchase shares yesterday. A larger day would have been like 427. And on 427, how much did we go up by? 35 cents. And it was like 3 times the amount of failure delivers that were due by that day. So I don't know. Good morning, Dana. Thank you for that, Nasir. And go DFW. I'm in Texas too. I'm down in Austin though. Don't boo me. I know some people in Dallas don't like Austin. I'm one of the good Austinites. Good morning, the Raw Fish King. BioLife wants to jump into the tramp, the big tramp. I'll give you that. What in the world? I just came in here. You guys got some. Jay, Jay just posted some picture of a lady working out on a Peloton, trying to keep me motivated, I guess. I don't know. Let me get this invite. You guys are crazy. Nasir, you don't like the traffic? I don't like the traffic. You know what though? I swear to you, every time I come up your direction, up to DFW, I feel like you guys are in constant construction on your freeways. What the hell? Like, why does it seem like the construction on the freeways never ends? It drives me nuts. If synthetic shares are meant to be ephemeral from DCC POV as created to raise liquidity, how can the settlement works when using borrowed real shares? Or borrowed shares. Let's see. If synthetic shares. Um, I guess the way that I actually honestly know, so I don't know the answer. I really don't know the answer. All I can tell you is that it is a rule that the rule provides the ability to be able to lend shares to fill the need to replace those failure to delivers. I haven't been back up to DFW in a hot minute, Nasir, but I swear to you, man, I've lived here in Texas for like, gosh, it's been 10 years now. I've lived here for a decade. I've lived here for a decade, and I feel like every time I've ever gone up there, it's always construction. Oh, we're getting our pokey stick of volume, guys. We had about 16,000 shares in volume going into it, and it looks like it's going to be an additional 30 added to it, so it's going to put us. We're still going to have pretty low volume here. I wouldn't have expected anything much different than this, though. So that's going to be 20 to 40 million shares in trading today. I like Dallas, though, Nasir. I really do. But I'm with you. I hate the traffic here in Austin. I hate it a lot. I hate it so much. It's terrible. And to top it off, Austin's kind of like a cesspool of, and I'm part of it. I'm part of the cause of it. A cesspool of people from all over the world that just come here to Austin, and so you have like these different styles of driving. Uh, I shouldn't call it a cesspool. It's a melting pot. It's a melting pot of. I said cesspool. It's a melting pot. That's what I meant. It's a melting pot of drivers from around the world coming into one location, all deciding that they should get on the road together. And so you have different driving styles from around the world, all meeting in one place and getting on the roads together. And it does not work. I can just tell you right now, it does not work. Narkill, good morning. Good to see you. in a sense, Nosa, that what you're saying in order to create liquidity does make sense. As Rule's saying, if 35-day ends on a weekend, they have to settle before that. All right. I mean, I don't know. I've seen True Demons notes on the matter, and the charts add up the way he has it charted out to make it look like 35 is T plus 35 and not calendar days. The charts wouldn't look as smooth as they do if it was 35 calendar days, but it does say calendar days, so I got to go with that. No take backs, Casey. You said what you said. I'm telling you, it is like it is a cesspool in driving. It's craziness. It's absolute craziness. I think a lot of people here would refer to it as a melting pot, but I just call it a cesspool because it's garbage. It's a bunch of garbage driving on the road. It's really crazy. Nasir says, I drive a semi truck, so I'm constantly going through Austin and Waco. It's just crazy. I mean, it's nuts. It's nuts. I feel for you, man, because I've seen the trucks drive through. I just feel for you. I feel so bad for you because I'm sure you don't have to deal with the crap drivers up there in the north, up in DFV, um, but I know you have to deal with them when you come down here, and I feel you, buddy. I've lived a lot of places in the U.S. I've lived in Oregon, California, Arizona, Virginia, and hands down by far, and I visit a lot of other states as well, but just visited. And by far, Texas, Austin specifically, has some of the worst drivers ever, ever, hands down. There is a close runner-up in Arizona when you have the snowbirds that come from, um, is it like Michigan, the northern states, who come down to Arizona during the winter. When they show up, that is a very close runner-up, but not. I mean, you can tell who's who. You can tell who's who. They're just a bunch of old drivers, right? But Austin, no, it's not old drivers. It's it's everything. It's everything all mixed into one, and it's not good. Well, the idea behind it, Nosa, is that eventually the amount of shares that they have on loan can't be loaned anymore, right? When you get to like 100% utilization, at some point they can't loan any more shares. So the cycle ends to where they can no longer repeat that cycle that you're referring to. In which case it does tend to fizzle out. But one of the things that you have to kind of look at though is like one of the max out amounts of shares on loan that we've ever seen before is 160 million. That's when we've seen pops in price in the past. Right now we're at 130 million, so we're about 30 million shares away from seeing that um, being the case. But there are maximum limitations on how long that process or that cycle can be repeated for. Well, Danny, Miami, I have I driven in Miami? I haven't driven in Miami. I've been to Miami. No, I haven't even been to Miami. I've been to Orlando. I haven't seen anything crazy there. I haven't driven there. I haven't been to Miami, so I'm gonna have to take your word for it. But I have a feeling this might be worse. Dana is from California originally, and a lot of your relatives have moved to Texafornia. Oh man, making those Texans are very partial to keeping Texas, Texas. they, they would cringe. Everybody from Texas in here who's originally from Texas is cringing as you write Texafornia. Narkill 2 weeks is it's I had a lot of people who were coming in constantly asking when do we moon, when does it MOASS, and it kind of became one of those things where when I was growing up, um, I had a youth pastor who you'd ask him, how long till until we get to our destination if we were going somewhere. Like he would take us to like Magic Mountain or Disneyland or something like that, or Six Flags, and we'd be like an hour or two away from our destination, and he'd say 5 minutes. It was always 5 minutes. It didn't matter where we were or how long we had to travel. If we asked him how much longer till we got there, it was always 5 minutes. And so I decided that in the movie Money Pit, if you've ever seen it before, Tom Hanks, he's working with construction crews on a mansion, trying to repair a mansion that he's going to sell afterwards. And every time he asks the construction workers how long is it going to take for them to finish or complete the job, they always say 2 weeks. And it kind of reminds me of AMC a little bit. In the end, they had a beautiful mansion. They sold it for tons and tons of money and became millionaires. But it was a hard process that they went through. But it was always 2 weeks. So that's what 2 weeks is. Doesn't matter how long it really is going to take. 2 weeks. You just take baby steps. It's a great movie, by the way. I highly recommend it if you want a good, wholesome family night, funny movie. Go watch Money Pit. It's I remember seeing it as a kid. It's pretty old. It's one of his older flicks, and it's just funny. It's funny as heck. Yes, everybody remembers the part when he falls through the floor and gets stuck in the rug. He starts making the little airplanes and he's throwing them like T-Rex style. And then he can't get a full breath of air. I think one of my favorite parts in the movie was when they put the mounds of dirt in front of the place, and he's like legit like running up and down the hills to try and get to the front door of his house, and he keeps going over another hill and then another hill, and next thing you know, you see a briefcase flying over the next hill. And he just starts chucking stuff over the hills as he's like trying to get to his front door. Monty, 1350 to 1650 got you down. Just a slight change for you on your price prediction there. Yeah, the mounds were so funny to me as a kid. I don't know why, but seeing him like run over those mounds like he was in Normandy or something like that, it just made me laugh like crazy. I don't know why. Oh yeah, the stairs was classic too. I forgot about the stairs falling apart. That's a good movie. It's a really, really good movie. Highly recommend it. It might make you laugh a little. The tub part. Yes, we're ruining the movie for guys, people. There- we're gonna name every scene here. The tub scene is a good scene. So 2 weeks. Every time everybody asks me, I say 2 weeks because it really doesn't matter. We're holding on to a mansion. It's got a lot of value. You guys remember the turkey flying through the air? You know who was in that movie with him? It was that lady from Cheers. I never really liked her. I can't think of her name. I never liked her on Cheers. I think that's who it was. Um, is it Shelley Long? Shelley Long, was she in Cheers? Yeah, yeah, it's her. Shelley Long. I absolutely like if there was any one particular character, although I think you had to have her as a character in Cheers, but I just never liked her. I wanted her to go away so bad. But she's kind of like one of those characters that you have to have because it's just like it makes everything just perfect. You know, like in life, you got that one guy that you just want to always get rid of at work. That was Shelley Long, or whatever her name was. Oh, you even said the name there, Narkill. I didn't even finish reading it. Fall through the floor when Shelley Long's character drew a bath. Definitely on my rewatch list now. Yeah, I never liked her in Cheers, and so I was always just kind of a little like, because I'm sure she probably did the Money Pit before she ever even did Cheers. I have like certain actors and actresses that, um, because of certain roles that they've played in certain movies, that I can't get past who they were or like the character that they played, and it like ruins it for me when they're in other things. Dana says, Shelley Long to you was how I felt when Scrappy Doo joined Scooby Doo. I can't I can't understand that, but I mean I understand the Shelley Long. I understand what you're saying. I was never really a huge fan of Don't Hate Me. Scooby Doo. I like Scooby Doo. I like Shag. I hated the rest of the mystery crew. They all seemed like a bunch of, I don't know, a bunch of idiots. The only people that really truly acted like an idiot were the coolest people. Narkill says, I hate Jack Black because he was the bully in Encino Man. I didn't even know that. I got to go back now and watch that. I got to go back and watch that now. Actually, I don't know if I should because I really like Jack Black and I don't want to not like him. But I'll tell you who. There's one particular. I always forget her name. Um, okay. This one is probably the worst one by far. So Shelley Long was bad, right? Shelley Long was bad. Wait, I gotta look up it again. Hold on a second. Oh yeah, I got it. I know what it is. This one probably by far is one that I just cannot get past no matter what, and it's Joan Cusack. There's something about Joan Cusack. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the way she talks. I don't know if it's like the way she acts. I don't know what it is about Joan Cusack, but every movie she's ever in, I just want to die inside a little bit. And I want to get past it. I want to get past it. I don't know what movie it was that I first saw her in that made me feel that way, but I just know I can't get past it. The Burbs was a great movie, Donald. Yeah, Joan Cusack, for some reason or another, just really gets underneath my nails. I want you guys to tell me like the best Joan Cusack movie you can think of. And I'm gonna go watch it. I'm gonna go watch Joan Cusack, that movie that you suggest. The best. Not like a mediocre one. I need to know what the best acting Joan Cusack movie you can think of. And see if I can get her to like have redeeming feelings about it. Dana says I'm crushing on Joan, and I'm not. I really am not crushing. I promise. Good morning, Jay. The School of Rock. I've seen that movie. I didn't even know she was in it. That might be redeeming. Was she one of the teachers? Hold on a second. I'm gonna have to look it up now. It had to be a minor role. What was she? What part did she play in that? Why can't I spell rock? What was her part? I love that movie. Rosalie Mullins was her part. Was she the principal? Because I see the part where she's sitting in the truck talking to Jack Black. Hold on a second. I think she was the principal in that movie. No. If she was the principal, yeah, okay, myself says the principal. I was pissed. I didn't like her. I didn't like her. Nope. It's not going to be a good one. That's not going to redeem her for me. The principal in that movie was like the only person I didn't like. Grosse Point Blank. That might have been the first movie that I didn't like her in. Let me look it up and see. That could be the first movie. What was her role in that one? That very well could be the first movie that I may have seen her in where I was like, I just didn't. I don't know. I'd have to go back and watch it again. Was she in a Hotchkotch movie? Hotchkotch. Let's see. I don't even know how I could do a cross reference on that. I didn't get anything that pulled up like right away. But you got me looking. Oh, now see, Cutie Cut says Toy Story 2. Now, was it Daisy? I think her voiceover was Daisy, the sidekick, the sidekick to Tom Hanks. Loved the voiceover. Now, legitimately, and that's how I know that I don't dislike her as a person. It's not the way. That's how I know that I don't like. It's not something in the way that she talks, because I absolutely loved her voiceover in Daisy. So it couldn't be that. I want to believe that it has to be something in her acting style that just really just drives me nuts and I can't stand it. And I don't know what it is. Maybe it's her over animated face. I don't know. She just doesn't play. I feel like she's overacting. Every time she's in a part, she's always energetic and overexcited and like she's like trying to make like big faces. And you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of like somebody who's on Broadway. Like she acts in a movie the way that she would act in Broadway, and I hate that. I really can't stand it when actors overact in a movie and they make it seem like Broadway. And I think maybe that might be part of the reason why I feel the way that I feel. Nasir, it was leaked. It was leaked yesterday that it was that it was going to be 75 basis points. But we can do a poll, 50 or 75. Yeah, I like John Cusack. I've never had a problem with him. 14-13 to 17-13 keto got you down. I legitimately can laugh at some of Roseanne Barr's stuff, though. I'm not going to disagree with you, Brian, but I can at least legitimately laugh at some of Roseanne's stuff. But I can't say that. Dana says, Casey, it's her face. I don't. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. Maybe that's what it is. But I think she did a brilliant job on the voiceover of Daisy. Absolutely brilliant. And so it's kind of interesting to me that's Toy Story legitimately is the only thing I have ever liked her in. So it makes me think that maybe you're right. Maybe it is her face. I don't know what it is. It's just I think it's the over animation in her face when she's acting. Ooh, as Earl says, who else is excited for Doctor Strange this week? I am, and guess what? I every time I go to the movies as a rule, I'm taking either 5 or 6 people, even sometimes 7. So it drives me nuts because when they're sold out like this, I can't go for like a week. So don't you guys ruin it for me. Don't you dare ruin it for me. I'm really excited about it though. Joan Collins. I don't know who that is. Hold on a second. Oh, how about Fran? It's definitely the voice for me for Fran. I can't take that. I have to turn it off every time. Fran Gresher. Is it Fran Gresher with the voice? Is it Fran Gresher with the voice? Drescher with a D? Drescher? Ah, it's the voice. I can't do it. I just can't. Oh my God, no, don't. My wife just started doing it. I can't. No. I mean, she works for some people, but I just can't handle it. Joan Collins, I gotta look it up. I just can't even imagine like Joan Collins. Don't have a problem with Joan Collins. I don't know what I've seen her in. But let me tell you this. I am a massive fan of Carol Burnett. And if you want to talk about somebody who does overacting in the face, um, it's Carol Burnett. And I'm an absolute massive fan of hers. Meeting her is kind of on my bucket list. Just to meet her is a little bit on my bucket list. So it's kind of weird. Like, why would I have a problem with one that overacts in the face and not another? I have no idea. Maybe Carol Burnett just pulls it off better. I have no idea. Drescher. I always thought it was Gresher. Oh, Cookie Monster 510 just said, "Good morning, happy Drinky Drink Wednesday." Yeah, oh, that's my fault. I couldn't get there in time. She is so fun, Dana. She is so much fun. Yes, Cookie Monster, you're so 100% right. Jim Carrey is a huge overactor, but it's like the comedy. Well, okay, so here's the thing, right? Joan Cusack tries to be funny. Jim Carrey is funny. Carol Burnett is funny. Joan, she just tries too hard. She tries too hard and just doesn't come off as funny. And so I think maybe that's what the difference is. It's like if you can overact, and that's another thing with like Robin Williams. Overact. He completely overacts and embellishes on everything, but he's funny. Joan Cusack, she's just not funny. So you just have an overactor. My, my wife Melissa just said, I think John's just okay. I think he's just kind of okay too. I'm not like particularly crazy about John either. Uh, Brian says I hate David Hasselhoff as an actor. My wife laughed really hard on that one. Brian, my wife laughed really hard when I said that out loud, and she said his prime was gone a long time ago. You can't like. So did you? I'm kind of curious, Brian. Did you not like him after Knight Rider or before Knight Rider, or like during Knight Rider? Because I feel like maybe after Knight Rider everything was like down the tubes, but Knight Rider was legit. All right, drinky drink Wednesday. Cheers. I love you too. Guys, it is Drinky Drink Wednesday. It's time. I said I was going to take a break at 7, but I feel the coffee got me woke up. The conversation woke me up. It tastes good, hun. Mm. I think it's great. Cutie Cut says it's funny how her brother John Cusack is the opposite, almost expressionless in the face. I totally 100% agree. I agree. If he acted, can you imagine John acting like Joan? Can you imagine him at like a Christmas party trying to act like Joan? I would die hysterically laughing. I would absolutely die laughing because I think it would be hilarious to see him just try to have expression. It would be hysterical. Carol Burnett is by far an incredible person. I want to meet her in real life. I really just want to meet her. I want to give her a big hug and say thank you. Cookie said I had to look up Joan Cusack. She is definitely not a funny overactor. I'm telling you, it's like she overacts and it just seems disingenuine or fake. Dave Chappelle got jumped on stage last night. Oh, yeah. See, Brian, I get it. I can totally understand why you don't like David Hasselhoff after Baywatch. I understand that. That makes sense. Knight Rider, though, like legit, he was good in Knight Rider. He wasn't that bad. Hold on a second. We gotta look this up. Dave Chappelle got jumped on stage last night. Uh-oh. Will Smith started this. Now they're gonna start. Everybody's gonna feel like they can get up and slap people. Get my wife's name out of your effing mouth. Wait, David Chappelle. Let's look him up. News. Dave Chappelle attacked on stage at Hollywood Bowl. Yeah, there it is. Dave Chappelle was assaulted on stage during his set at the Hollywood Bowl on Oh boy. Here we go. These comedians are going to start getting attacked now, all because of Will Smith. Attacker armed with a fake gun and a real knife is hospitalized after tackling Dave Chappelle during Netflix gig. Comic revealed he beefed up security when Woke Brigade tried to cancel him over trans jokes. He had a replica gun loaded. This is actual from the article here. This is actually kind of a weird statement. LAPD said that the man had a replica gun loaded with a real knife inside, although it is not known if he tried to use it. That is the weirdest sentence I have ever read. He had a fake gun loaded with a real knife. What is it? That, what do you pull the trigger and it like pops out like a switchblade? What the heck is that? I'm sorry, I almost blew boogers right there trying to laugh at that. Loaded with a real knife. With a knife stashed inside a replica gun. That is the weirdest thing I've ever heard of. It's like if you're gonna walk around with anything, you should have a knife, like a fake knife that turns into a real gun. Because like de-escalating, once you pull a gun, de-escalating to a knife is probably not an option any longer. I'm just saying. Once you've escalated to the gun point, going backwards to a knife is probably a bad idea. I'm just saying. Let me pull out this gun. Oh, wait, it's not really a gun. It's a knife. You should be more scared now. Gus, David Hasselhoff was Baywatch. Like legit, like the whole thing was about David Hasselhoff. All you saw, oh my gosh, I can't believe I just walked into that one. All you saw was the girls. How dare you? Nasir says Bill Wang's arrest, Bill Wang's arrest is just the start to crack down on Wall Street, according to Bloomberg. I cannot wait. I knew, Gus, I knew that was going to be the next words out of your mouth, that Pamela was the whole show. I knew those were. I can't even disagree with you. I can't even disagree with you on that, and it really kind of upsets me. Yeah, but who got to star in SpongeBob SquarePants' movie? It wasn't Pamela. Hope for Generation 57 said, was it Will Smith who attacked him? No, it wasn't Will Smith. Tulip says, like the clown guns that pop out a flag that say bang instead of a knife. Instead of it's a knife. He brought a knife to a gun. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you're gonna pull a gun on somebody, I mean, if you're gonna get the knife out of the gun, like whether or not you have to just take apart the gun to get the knife out, or you just pull the trigger and a knife comes out of it. The instant you pull a gun, you've just escalated to gun type reactions, right? So if anybody else is concealed carrying it, whether it be an undercover police officer or whatever, the minute you pull out that gun, you've just now turned this into a gunfight. And then when you pop out that little tiny knife, it's probably too late. You can't de-escalate once you pull a gun, fake or not. You've just escalated it to a gunfight. That's probably the worst thing I can possibly think of. Mm. Yes, I do remember Farrah Fawcett. I don't remember what she was in, but I remember the name. Hold on, I gotta look her up to see. I can't remember what she looks like. What was she in? Was she one of the She looks like she might have been one of the. Okay, she was Charlie's Angels. Okay. Yeah. What about her? No one eats a carpet burger at 2 a.m. like the Huff. Mm. Yep, break time. Time to take a break, guys. Thank you very much for saying that, Cutie Cut. I appreciate that. Keeping me real. Oh man, I can't type this morning. Can I ever type? I don't know. I always get a little self-conscious when I start typing on here and you guys can see me typing. And the reason I do that is because I figure there's like some of y'all out there who are like expert typers, and then you see me typing, you go like, dang, he's slow. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna head out here. I'll give you guys a price prediction for myself. I think Keto came in with a price prediction earlier. I got him in. I got Monty's prediction. I'm just missing mine and Eric's. I think we're gonna be. I think we're gonna be green today. Historically speaking, when we see, let's see here. Let me go back up to my historicals. Historically speaking, when we have actually Wednesdays don't matter. It doesn't matter if we have a green day or a red day the day before. Wednesdays are kind of the mystery day, and one of the worst days we have of the week. However, when we have a green day on Wednesdays, the likelihood of having a green day on Thursdays is extremely low. It's the lowest we have. So, but I do tend to think that we may see a little bit of green today. That's my thought process. But I'll probably price in just a little bit of downward movement just in case. But I am expecting some green. Mike's going with 1257. You know what, Donald? My wife just hates watching previews because she always feels like they're always constantly like basically showing the entire movie. She feels the same way. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna head to break here. I'll see you in a bit at 8:15, 30 minutes. See you in a little while. Oh, you bet I did show up this morning, mediocre trader. And I didn't get any response from you at all. Um, just want to let you guys know, I sent a text message. I sent a text message to mediocre last night. I said, "I love you, bro. No homo." And he didn't respond. He didn't respond. I think he was like, "Ah, see, there it is. There he goes. All right. I feel so much better now." When you didn't respond last night, I was feeling a little less loved. Oh man, I'll tell you what though, Adam and I were laughing afterwards when you took off, and we were just kind of laughing a little bit. We thought it was kind of funny. You just got up 10 minutes ago. All right. There's only 64 people according to this, or I don't know, concurrent viewers right now. Let me tell you guys. I'm gonna put up a poll first off. I'm gonna poll you guys on how many basis points are we gonna have for an increase, but I'm gonna put up another poll in a little while, and I'm gonna ask you guys what you think about my idea on who the perfect candidate is for a board member. I'm going to poll the community and just kind of get an idea for it, because I don't want to continue to move forward with this if people think it's a bad idea. But let's first ask about basis points. I'll leave the basis points poll up for about an hour. That's probably like the worst way I could have worded it, but I don't care. I'm just going to put it that way. Let's get rid of the S. That's probably like the most poorly worded. Oh, wait. Steven says the Fed has been pressured. 0.75 is already priced into the market. I heard it was leaked somewhere that 75 basis points was the actual number already. And I mentioned that yet last night to several people. I've heard that as well, Super Steven, but people wanted to poll and see if it's going to be 50 or 75. We'll see. Somebody earlier had asked that I put out a poll, and I forgot to put it on before I left. But we'll put this poll up here first. But I am going in about an hour. In 1 hour from now, I'm going to probably put up the next poll. And the next poll is who I think is a great potential candidate, the perfect candidate as a board member for AMC. I'm going to release the information. And I'm going to get a straw poll from the community and find out what you guys think. I mean, it's just the group of people who are watching me. I kind of talked a little bit about it last night in a small group of people, and everybody was for it, which was really exciting for me to hear. But I want to hear from the broader community as well. I don't want to just hear from small people, small group of people. I want to hear from a larger group of people, and then we'll take it bigger than that and see what the rest of the community thinks. Now, in regards to how we're going to go about doing this is going to be a campaign. It really is going to be a campaign to try and get somebody onto the board of directors. If you think that this person is a good person, once I talk about it later, we're going to have to campaign for this person to become a board member. It's literally what's going to have happen. And I don't want it to be if it has to be a difficult campaign, then it's going to be a difficult campaign, but I don't want it to be. I want it to be something natural. I want it to be something that people can stand behind, something that people feel comfortable with. So, you know, we'll discuss it. I'm going to do an interview with the person. I hope maybe this weekend for like a 12-minute interview talking about, what they believe in, why they think they would make a great board member, um, and just something that people can watch and grasp who this person is as a person. I can't, Maggie, because um, I'm not the right person. I'm not the right person for this job. Somebody who's going to be a great candidate or a perfect candidate for AMC needs to be somebody with experience. Needs to be somebody that has um, something to offer AMC as a company after the apes are gone. It needs to be somebody who has experiences that I don't have. I don't want to do something that is going to jeopardize the company, and I'm not the person for that. And you have to understand that there are much better people in our community who are more apt, what's the word I'm trying to look for? More capable of being able to do the job than me. Way more capable. I asked Cat Striker Maggie. I asked her, and she said no. But I want you guys to remember that there's multiple seats that are open right now. There's 2 seats that are available. So there's no reason why we have to stick to just one. There can be multiples. This is not the Highlander. There can only be one. There can be multiples. I agree, Miss Tahiti. I completely agree, and that's why I asked her a long time ago. I reached out to her and I told her that I thought, I was actually reaching out to a lot of community members who I felt would be perfect for the job, and every single one unfortunately said no. The Big Tramp says it better be Elon Musk. It's not, but I think you'll enjoy who it is. You know what? If you have if you legitimately want to be on the board of directors and you have what you consider yourself to, I'm just reading what myself said, and you consider yourself to be eligible and capable of being that board member, put your resume out there for people to see. It's not Al from Boston. It's not Al from Boston. It is time for me to make a price prediction really quickly here before I have to start the beginning of the market open intro. I'm pretty much I had pretty much kind of settled on my price prediction for the day today. I'm going to do 1475 to 1775. A little bit lower than what I suggested yesterday. 1551 is not a bad price on the 1 hour Ichimoto, but we'll take a look at that a little bit later. And with that, guys, I will see you on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now in estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
I see the crystal raindrops fall, and the beauty of it all is when the sun comes shining through to make those rainbows in my mind when I think of you sometime, and I want to spend some time with you, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Just the two of us, building castles in the sky, just the two of us, you and I. We look for love, no time for tears. Wasted water's all that is, and it don't make no flowers grow. Good things might come to those who wait, but not for those who wait too late. We gotta go for all we know, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building them castles in the sky, just the two of us. You and I. I hear the crystal raindrops fall on the window down the hall, and it becomes the morning dew. And darling, when the morning comes and I see the morning sun, I wanna be the one with you, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building big castles way on high, just the two of us. You and I. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Let's get it together, baby. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! Good morning to you guys. Good to see you again. Another day, another dollar. No, it is not. Let's see, who asked that? Good morning. No. Bill Withers. Bill asked that question. Okay, no, it is not Bill Withers. It was Grover Washington Jr. And just the two of us. A little bit of downwards pressure here in the market in the first part of the morning. The VIX is kind of breaking even at this point. Not really. It's a little bit down, but not quite really moving one direction or the other. We do have the Feds with a basis points increase today, or announcement of with the Feds. So let's check out. Let's see Fed meetings. Let's see what they got going on here. Let me see if they're going to have like a televised meeting, or if it's going to be something that they just release later. Of course, the markets will get that information long before we do. Today's 5/4. Yep, there's no link for the press conference. FOMC meeting, 2-day meeting starts 3rd, 4th. So today is the second day of the FOMC meeting. The press conference is set for, it's showing somewhere between 2 and 4:15, but I do not see a link into the announcement. So if that press conference is coming, there won't be a live link to it. So we'll just have to wait to see what it releases as. Fuzzy Wuzzy says AMC filed a trademark AMC Perfectly Popcorn. Gary's going for 1425 to 1725. That's pretty close to what I got. I had 1475 to 1775. The link that I have, I mean, it says Grover Washington Jr. So, oh, featuring Bill Withers. It does say featuring Bill Withers. Yep. So maybe Grover Washington Jr. was the saxophone player. I don't know. It must have been, could have been Grover Washington Jr. was the saxophone player and the singer was Bill Withers. That's probably what it is. Gary says nothing but 2 donuts. 4 donuts. A rake. Bob Nosa says Bob Ross. Just beat the devil out of it. We should have a rake hike party. Say that a rate hike party. Say that a couple times really fast. Bill, you were correct. I was wrong. No need to bet your house on it though. I got a message from Vortex guys in regards to that short squeeze score, the short score. They basically said the short score is a blend. Well, actually, is this? I swear I got it from Vortex themselves. Let me go back to my homepage here. This is what I got back from Vortex on that short score. The short score is a blended measure of multiple short metrics. A high value indicates that the stock is highly shorted. So I asked in regards to what's the new short score seen under the shorts tab in the section titled short interest and securities lending data, and that was their response. The short score is a blended measure of multiple short metrics. A high value indicates that the stock is highly shorted. If we want to take a look at that, guys, we can pull up a couple of different indicators, and we can take a look at them. Let's just see what we have here. Super Steven says the one to represent the ape on the board. That's a hard question to answer. It would have to be someone who's willing to dedicate their career to AMC and political aspirations to market fairness. I have the perfect person for you, Super Steven. You don't know them yet, but you're gonna meet them, and I think it's the perfect person for it. All right, hold on a second. I'll announce it after the 9 o'clock numbers. I'll announce who it is. I want to give the current poll a little bit of time. So let me just give the current poll a current amount, a little bit of time to kind of register some people, some votes in here, and if I could vote, I would have voted on the 50, I think, which has got the most amount of votes for it right now. I have to go take an Amber Heard. I'll be right back. Right on the bed. Make sure you do it on the bed. You know, because pooping in your bed is the best thing. Oh my gosh. All right. Let's take a look at Vortex real quick here because I do want to kind of like look and see and do a little contrast and comparisons between AMC and perhaps some other stocks that are out there with this new short score metric that they're using on Vortex. So you'll notice in the top left-hand side over here, 69.75 is our score for AMC. We can look up HYMC just to see as a comparison. HYMC's score is 61.95, which is less. Let's look at GME's. GME's is 75.66, so much, much higher. Let's look up BBBY. They have a 68.82, which is a little bit less than AMC's. Let's look up SNDL. I know that's brought up a lot. $65.5. Let's look at BB. If you guys have any suggestions on who you want me to look up, go for it. Throw it out there. I'll look it up. 66.31. Let's see. What else is there? AEI. Let's try it. 52.87. You guys, some of you may know the person, some of you may not. It just kind of depends. Let's see, what else we got here? Does anybody else put any other name? ATER, ATER. 82.13 on ATER. RDBX. Now, guys, this is just their reporting. This is their metrics, their own metrics. I wouldn't supply a whole lot into this. Redbox is at 81.2. You did miss GME and AMC. AMC is at 69.75 and GME was at 75 something. Here, we'll do GME again. GME is 75.66. Tesla. $30.06. This is what I love. This is what I love about Tesla. Everybody tries to tell everybody that Tesla is still a short squeeze. It's not. I keep trying to tell people, if you look at the numbers, Tesla is not a short squeeze. Yes, it's still being shorted pretty heavily, actually. I would probably say more than 30.06. Like if I were to give it like a short score, I would say more than 30.06. But it's not shorted the same kind of way as a lot of others. VER, I already did SNDL. VERU. $74.58. Not a problem, PC3. Not a problem. Look up the stocks that have 100% utilization. That would be a great. I don't know if there's a way to filter by this. Let me try here. There is a custom view. Here we go, screening. Let's see if we can do it by that. I don't know if that's a function that they have set up or not yet. We can try. Uh-oh. It didn't like what I did. There we go. Let's see if they've got it in here. Shorts. That does not look like they have that set up. Configure columns. Hmm. I don't see, they don't have that set up for this function. So I'm probably not going to be able to find that. Yeah, it's not going to be in here. No. Yeah, it's not in here. Oh wait. Nope. I mean, if it would be under anything, I would think that it would have been under short interest, because short interest is the tab, or shorts is the tab that you go to in order to look at that information. They have like cost to borrow that you can look up. You can look up DTC. Um, yeah, that indicator is not yet listed as an indicator that you can use for the screening tab that they have. Somebody else had asked for HCDI or let's try with HYMC. Yeah, I looked up HYMC already, but we'll pull it up one more time. HYMC is 6195, 61.95. HCDI 86.13. Again, I don't know what the metrics are that they're using for this. Ms. Tahiti said, Casey, skimming through, you have to transfer for stocks to family, friend, or third party to be on the board. I don't think that'll be a problem for the person or the individual that I'm thinking of. All right, looks like I finished any of the NKLA. 82.44. So again, I don't know how they're coming up with this short score. They haven't defined what the metrics are. We could probably go through some of the larger ones and try and figure out like what exactly it is that they're seeing that they're calling it a short score for. I would imagine that a lot of it has to do with short share interest, the free float. I would also imagine that cost to borrow would probably be another indicator that they would use. They're probably a lot of the same indicators I would look at as to whether or not I would think it's a stock that's potentially easily shorted or heavily shorted. I meant easily squeezable, and I said shorted. But anyways, that's a list. That's a list of some of them. Currently, AMC stands with a 69.575 value. Not one of the best ones we looked up, but it's certainly higher than some of the others. Part of the problem with that is that some of the data on our numbers for Vortex are definitely misrepresentations of our total values. And I can tell you that having watched it over, yes, it is, Brian, hence the reason why I'm talking so fast. It is a drinky drink Wednesday. I've seen Vortex reporting data for a very long time. And I can tell you right now that our short interest is much lower than what it should be, but it is self-reported. MULN. I don't think I pulled that one up. Let's check it out. $66.81. And remember, the guys, that number is just based off the metrics that they look at. I wouldn't use that as like, you know, God's gift to understanding whether or not a stock is going to squeeze or is going to have some kind of price run up. ABC says, congrats, Casey. I noticed you were recognized by Vortex. Apparently, because they answered me, I guess. I don't know. You know what, Maggie? Is Doctor interested? I'd love to know. I sent a message to Joe, Brian, because Joe was kind of Joe was well, what's the best way to put this? Joe needed some time off. And I told like I've told many of you, when you need time off, what do? Walk away. You don't have to sit here and watch this on a daily basis, and it's really healthy for you to spend some time not looking at the numbers. So Joe took some time off. Joe hasn't been around for a little bit, but that's okay. It's all right. It's not a problem. If any of you guys are feeling like this is overwhelming or is becoming hard for you to watch, you don't have to watch it. Set yourself up some price alerts through your broker and take some time off. Take a weekend, like tomorrow. For me, I'm ending the show early tomorrow, guys. I have a very special guest I'm going to bring onto the show for maybe 15 minutes, maybe 30 minutes tomorrow. Um, and then right after I get done, I'm going to go spend time. I'm going to go spend the day with that person. Um, and I want to lead by example. I'm going to show you guys. You don't have to sit there and watch the line constantly. I want you guys to take a day off. It's healthy. It's healthy to live life. It's not my mom. Myself said, okay, give us the first letter of who you're thinking of. It starts with an M. I had a person, um, a very close person to me, fly into visit um, with me this week, and I'm gonna take that time off to visit with them. Narkill says, "Is it Joan Cusack?" Damn it, he figured me out. It is not Michelle Obama. Nice try. Michael Milken? No, it is not. Yeah, Duncan, I don't want to say because some people don't know. It is. You nailed that one down. That's the special guest tomorrow. Um, Completely surprised me yesterday. Casey, turn on 1 minute candles and watch the line No Days Off. I mean, I mean, that's kind of what I do. Oh, myself is really, really close. It's not Mickey Mouse. Yes, mediocre trader, absolutely I can. If we start making some serious moves, I'll call you up. And I'm sorry to hear about the jerk that kept you up playing poker. The important thing is did you have a good time? It sounded like there might have been some ludicrous stuff happening. Just insane things. It is not Matt Kors, it is not Mini Me, it is not Jim Carrey. Mediocre is on. Laugh out loud. He might have been a little salty last night. So I'm just gonna let the cat out of the bag here, guys. AP, myself, and Mediocre were playing poker last night, kind of testing the Discord so that we can have a poker night together. Uh, I'd like to do the first one this Sunday, maybe we'll see. But I'd like to do the first poker night this Sunday, and I had a good time. I had a good time. I don't know if everybody else had a good time, but I sure had a good time. Casey was like Citadel, even with mediocre and I using the infinite money glitch, we still couldn't win. Oh man. But my hopes is that I'd like to do like a poker night with you guys on the weekends, maybe every Sunday night and Sunday nights are kind of late for some people, so maybe we can do it every other Saturday. I don't know. Yeah, Texas Hold'em. I'm sorry, Habib. I'm not afraid. Mediocre. Do I smoke cigars? I have smoked cigars. I don't regularly smoke cigars. Guys, give me a second. I'll be right back. I gotta go hit the restroom. The drinky drink's hitting a little hard this morning with the coffee, so I'll be right back. Oh, that was almost not in enough time there. Whew. AP, take care, man. Yeah, the great thing about being able to play poker on Discord is it's free, and that we can talk to each other as we're playing. Um, I want to build the community, and I can't think of a better way to build the community than to have a place to where we can all sit down and have a poker night together for free. No money involved. It's just fun money, and we can just shoot the shit together and throw some cards and have some laughs and build our community. There's no way you don't. The poker chips are free. There's no cost. You just come to the Discord and we just play. I hope that we can start multiple tables. I don't know if that's the case or not, but I really do hope that we can start multiple tables. Otherwise, we may only be able to fit so many people down at a table at a time. I'm not sure. Old hippie, you're welcome. You're welcome. I understand what community means. I understand what it means to us, and I understand its value. And it's there. You cannot place a price. It's our only defense. Our community is literally our only defense to everything that we have happening to us. So if we can't trust in a community, then we've got problems. Maggie, the Discord has a couple different games that you can set up on it. In the back of the big tramp. Let me see here. Some of the games are checkers. You can do chess. You can do poker. Oh, you know what? Poker night says only up to 8 participants. So I don't know how that's going to work. I don't know if you can start multiple rooms or not. There's something called Land IO, something called Sketchheads, Blazing Eights, Spellcast, and Letter League. I don't know what all that stuff is. I just wanted to do the poker. Yeah, we could set up a tournament. If we can only fit 8 people per table, or one for one table, then we can set up some kind of tournament style where, you come and play for a certain period of time during a certain slot, and we can do like some kind of tournament setup. But it's just for fun. That's my hope, mediocre. I hope we can have a couple channels playing all at once. That would be the best thing. You need to go to bed, bud. Go get some sleep. Don't worry, I won't talk about you until you leave. All right, Maggie, it's 9 o'clock. I'm gonna go through the numbers, Maggie, and then I'm gonna talk about who the candidate is. So let me get through the numbers. I'm gonna refresh Fidelity. We'll take a run through the numbers, and I'll talk about the candidate. And I'll end the current one and the current uh, poll, and I'm gonna do a straw poll. Um, the person that I want to nominate for the board of directors wants me to do a straw poll, and this community is a great place to start that straw poll. The poll is going to have to become larger because it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to put a lot of effort into something that not everybody can stand behind. So we'll start with the straw poll with this community, and if it looks good, then we'll put together the interview, we'll put together the resume, and we'll start pushing towards the rest of the community to get this as a potential candidate. Taking a look at some of our numbers here, let me take you guys over to the other screen. And I'm going to move a couple pages around real quick here. And let's take a look at what we got. Starting with the top left-hand side, since this is the first time I'm running through all, since market open, that I'm running through all the numbers, let's take a look at everything. Price prediction tallies. I don't have Eric's yet. That's kind of odd. He usually gets me a price prediction by now. So starting with Monty, Eric, myself, and Keto, we all have 2 points for the week. We've all gotten every single day right so far. Price predictions for the day today, I have 1475 to 1775. Keto has 1413 to 1713. Monty has 1350 to 1650. I don't have Eric's price prediction in yet. He'll get it to me. It'll probably likely be the same thing he had yesterday, which is 1450 to 1750. And short exempt volume was up from yesterday to 39.5 thousand shares. Utilization day 60, 60 straight trading business days with utilization at 100%. Day over day price increase was a 1.64% increase in price. Give me 1 second. He's actually going 14 to 17 for Eric. He just texted me back. 14, 17. All right, got him down. Let's take a look at off exchange. Off exchange, we'll give that a quick refresh here. 45.37 and 12.27. A normal amount for us is like 43, 44% on the off exchange and about 10 or 11% by this time of the day. So both numbers are elevated from what we would normally see by this time in the morning. And taking a look at Vortex. Shares borrowed so far for this morning is reported at 937,000 shares. That's going to raise the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 19%. The cost to borrow average is at 1.89, which is about kind of where we ended the day yesterday, roughly. I just noticed that one of the screens up top is not reporting correctly, and I just noticed it, but I'll get to it here in just a second. We'll take a deeper dive into Vortex here in just a minute, but moving to the top right-hand side of the screen here, let's take a look at the institutional share ownership. Give that a refresh. Yesterday it was 189.023 million. Giving that a refresh now, and it's still at 189.023. Let me just make sure you guys aren't seeing the right numbers. Looks like they kind of maybe modified their web page a little bit. So let me see if I can bring that in. There we go. Max pain for the day today is $16.50. It started out the week at $17.50, dropped down to $17 yesterday, and now $16.50 today. And let's take a look at those options. Highest amount of volume at this time in the morning is at a $15.5 strike price, which is about 50 cents lower than what it was yesterday. And let's see. There's currently 3.9 thousand contracts. That's pretty average. On the puts, highest strike price is 15, which is up 50 cents from yesterday. There is 2.6 thousand contracts. Those numbers look pretty average to me. Currently, the market on the options is kind of signaling for a 15 to 15.5 closing price for the day today, but we'll see what ends up happening. Taking a look at Vortex, we're going to look at it a little bit closer here. This is what 60 straight days of utilization at 100% looks like. Our on loan amount was an increase day over day by about 600,000 shares. That should have an effect of increasing on loan average age per day, but it didn't. It went down. So what I would say about that is that means that they've probably closed out some of their older loans, because 600,000 new shares on loan is not really enough to shouldn't be enough to cause this to come down, which means to me that not only did they take on new loans, but they closed out some of their older loans. Remember, when we see this number dip, when it gets to the bottom, we can start a 15-day ticker for price increase. Notice we had this dip down here. We need to count 15 days from this dip for a price increase. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Today is day 14. We had a little bit of price increase on day 14. Today actually would be the last day for a price increase. And we did have 2 days of price increase, and this was a really small dip on this. The combination, if we have an update today, the combination of the 3 days total would probably be the result of this downtick on the on loan average age per day indicator. Vortex's estimated short share interest of the free float did rise with the extra shares that were taken on loan, which means that some of those loan shares were short interest. And that's all there is to report on this right now. AMC and GME are not on the top 10 list due to low volume. AMC coming in at 19th position with a strong 71% buy to 29% sell ratio. GME coming in at 28th with a 74% buy to 26% sell ratio, which is looking really beautiful. Good numbers. SSR triggers at $13.96 for the day today. Shares borrowed since market open. Looks like 50,000 shares there. About 50,000 shares having been borrowed so far since market open. That puts us at 2 million shares borrowed for the day today. Yesterday we had 4.95, which was really super high. It used to be a long time ago that I would say that around 4.5 million shares borrowed in a single day was what we had borrowed. Not so much the case lately. 131,000 contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 3.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. 35.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 42.1 that are in the money. The Nasdaq is down 1.19, Dow Jones is up 0.01, and the S&P 500 is down 0.42. The market is currently declining with 4,503 decliners to 3,032 advancers. The VIX is down 0.65, IWM is down 0.77, Tesla is down 1.9, Amazon is down 3.91, Cinemark is down 1.55, Doge is up 0.68, Bitcoin is up 2.79, GME is down 2.89, HYMC is down 7.19, Hood is down 1.04, and AMC is down 4.87. We currently have more outflow than inflow by about $400,000. And we've traded 5.67 million shares for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're setting here. $48.3 million shares. This is the pace that we're setting right now. This is higher than what we've seen in the last week or so. But I still had suggested earlier this morning it would be somewhere between 20 and 40 million more than likely by the end of the day. And I think that's looking pretty good as a possibility. On the weekly time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure, according to the Vortex indicator, with an RSI of 38.33, which is below average for RSI. On the daily interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.15, which is below average. On the hourly, we have a crossover occurring currently within the last hour with more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.99, signaling almost oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 27.61, which is oversold territory signal. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI at 28.7, which is having done a double dip into the oversold territory or signaling. Taking a look at the Ichimoto. on the hourly, there was our strength right there. It was really, really strong at the end of the day yesterday, and then dipped and hit our conversion line. Conversion line now dropping below the base. This would have been a point to where people would sell out. If somebody bought in as a day trade here, the buying point would have been in here. They would have been losing money on this. Day traders probably lost money on this play, more than likely. It didn't stay up above. On the 4-hour. Definitely attempt to try and drive this price back down some more. You can tell they're deathly afraid of letting this rise. And with that, I will end the current poll and we can discuss the new poll, whether or not you think the candidate that I have to name off is a good candidate. Ending the poll, most of you, 61% of you think that there's going to be a 50-point basis increase on interest rates. A little bit less. 70 or 38% said 75. All right. I know the perfect candidate for a board member. I'm going to put up the and no, there's no hurt feelings, guys, on your vote here. I don't want you to feel any obligation to feel like you need to vote a certain way because of who this person is. I want your legitimate, truth and honest poll. I'm not giving you guys a whole lot of information here, but I would like to provide that information to you in the form of their background, what they've done in their past, why they would be qualified, and I'll provide some more of that information. But this is just kind of like just kind of an initial poll to kind of see how you guys feel about this. But here it is. I'm going to lay it out there. Do you think Mistie Shaw would be a good candidate for the AMC board of directors? You've heard her talk on the channel plenty of times before. For those of you who have been here for a while, that's my mom, Mom Shaw. She is an ape. She has a board history, having served on boards before. In fact, she's currently serving on a board as of this point in time. So she knows what it's like to serve on a board of directors. She has an extensive background in the military with very prestigious awards. She's written speeches for high-profile figures in the military who during Desert Storm, Desert Shield, and I talked with her twice last night, and she's willing to do it. There are some caveats to some of the stipulations, like her not being able to sell her shares during MOASS, and she would donate her shares to family members so that she could serve on the board in order for those shares to be able to be sold through family members. But here's the other part. She cannot. She is a retired disabilities vet, and due to those disabilities, she probably would not be able to make an income. So the AMC board of director income that she would be making, she would have to donate, and she has a plan already. I literally talked to her about this last night, and I don't know why in the heck I never thought of this until just now, but it literally came to me last night. I was like, why in the world did I not think of this sooner? And when I talked to her about it, she kind of thought about it for a couple hours, gave me a call back, and said she's got an idea. She already knows where she wants to donate that money, and I'm gonna let her talk about it. But it's amazing. Um, I'll just say who she wants to donate it to. There is something called AMC Cares. You may have never heard of it before, but if you know what AMC Cares is, that's what she would donate the money to. So I cannot think of a more perfect candidate than somebody who has nothing to benefit from other than to be a conduit of somebody who can listen to the ape community and be able to vote in a way on the board of directors and see that the company is ran in a way that we feel is a good way for the company to be ran. So it is my mom, but I really think she would be a great candidate. I know that I'll have to let you guys hear from her. You'll have to hear from her perspective as to why she thinks that she's a great candidate. But I'll let her words speak for her. Myself says donate to AMC. It's called AMC Cares, and it's a program within AMC that not many people know about. But she did know about it. She contacted me back last night, and she said, um, you don't know what AMC Cares is. You probably never heard of it." And I was like, "Nope, don't know what it is." so so she's like, "Well, that's one of the organizations that I could donate to is AMC Cares." Yeah, let's get her on here and let's ask questions. I know, Ellen. I know it sounds dodgy, keep it in the family kind of thing, right? I know it sounds dodgy. I was a little worried about that myself, to be honest. But she's not, she can't gain from it. All she can really do is listen to what it is that the community has to say, um, and try to push what our objectives are with the company forward. No, nothing like that, Nick. Did she hear about Melvin? Oh man. I know that you guys have enjoyed hearing her speak. One of the things, if you guys, since you guys are the straw poll here, as to whether or not you think that's a good idea, my next plan is to try and get her to be interviewed on other people's channels, other people's YouTube channels. If she's going to want to run for something like this, and when I say run, it's because that's what it is. When you want to be elected on a board of directors, you're running for something. So if she wants to run for something like this, she really needs to get out there, and the community needs to know who she is, what she stands for, and whether or not they can back her. No, nothing like that. But Dr. Zeno, I appreciate that. That's not the objective. The objective is not, get her on the board of directors to take over the company. The objective is for the ape community to be able to have a conduit directly to to the company and let the company know how it is we feel and what we want to see have happen. I appreciate it, Pebbles. I really do appreciate it. So those are things I considered. Fuzzy Wuzzy, you said as long as it won't take too much out of her mentally, emotionally, etc. I told her some of the pitfalls. I said, Mom, one, you're not going to be able to sell your shares. You're going to have to donate those to somebody else in the family or something and let them handle that because you can't sell your shares. You're an insider at that point. Number two, I told her, I said, you're going to be that person who can receive information from the community. You'll be very limited in what you can say to the community. And that's going to kind of end up probably making you look a little bit like a bad guy, because the community is entrusting in you to take what the community says as a whole and respond to the board of directors and say, this is what the shareholders want. And so I'm voting like this because that's what the shareholders want. But without you being able to directly communicate what you've said or what you've seen and what you've done, it'll almost kind of make you into a bad guy a little bit because if things don't go your way with only one vote in favor of the shareholders, things may not turn out the way that we want. But and she was willing. She said, "I understand that." She goes, "I understand, having worked in the military for a long time. I understand what it means to be able to talk about things you can talk about and things that you can't talk about." But again, I'm using her own words right here. I really want her to speak on her own behalf as to why she thinks that she might make a good candidate. She had no idea I was going to ask her this last night, guys. I literally listened to the last song of my son's performance last night, just the two of us, which is why I played it today. And as I was walking out of the theater back to my truck, I was humming the song in my head, and I know for some reason my mom kind of came to my head, and I was like, why wouldn't she make a great person for the board of directors? And I was like, she fits like every check mark I can think of, and I'm like, I can't believe I hadn't thought of this sooner. And so I immediately called her up and told her my idea, and she kind of wanted to think about it a little bit, but then she called me back later, and I'll let her tell you the rest of the story. So we'll get her on here, and she can talk about it. She can tell you about the different businesses that she's started, the different businesses she's ran, the boards that she's sat on. And you guys can be the judge. You can be the judge, as you guys are the first litmus test that's going to be needed to decide whether or not we should continue to push the idea of trying to get her onto the board. If you guys don't think so, then we just drop it. Not a big deal. We'll drop the issue and move on. If you guys think it is a good idea, then we'll continue to look at it. Sir Poker, you've never met my mom. That's all I gotta say. There's a reason. There's a reason why she was doing some of the things that she's done in her career. And I can tell you right now, she's ruthless. She can be very ruthless. I grew up in a family where I had to believe my own lies to be able to do things that a normal kid does. She's very cunning, extremely cunning, and very, very ruthless, and she can get the job done. I can guarantee you that. If there's anybody that I could not trust more, it would be her. I put she's an amazing person, and it's not just because she's my mom. Trust me, I come from a family where we speak very open and honestly. If it was, I would tell you guys, I'd be like, yeah, she's all right. If she was only a good candidate, I'd be like, she's all right. But legitimately, I think she would do an excellent job. And the other part to it too is I don't think that to be a board member, it's not just about being somebody who can convey a message from the shareholders. You need to actually have the ability to partake into looking at different things on different committees, right? We have 3 different committees inside the board, which is the audit committee, the shoot, I don't have them written down. Audit committee, compensation committee, and the nominating and corporate governance committee. I mean, I don't have them written down in front of me. I had to pull up a screen here. Those are the 3 committees. And I can tell you right now that she would be perfect on the compensation committee. She would be perfect on the nominating and corporate governance. She's told me she's done auditing before as well. Whether or not she has the necessary finance degrees that would be probably required to be on that committee probably would be a negative. But I wouldn't expect everybody to be able to make that committee. And that's the other thing too. Duncan just says, wonderful idea, international experience. She spent a lot of time in China. If you want somebody who still continues to have some kind of China relations, she has that. She has that background. Yep, she has board member experience. I don't know why it took me so, to be honest with you, Duncan, I have no idea why it never popped into my head earlier. I feel honestly embarrassed that I hadn't thought of it sooner. I really am. But here's the other thing. No, I'm not going to say that. She's very crafty, extremely crafty. She told you guys the pizza box story. She has very interesting ways to be able to come up with ideas on how she can talk to people. And if there's anybody if there's anybody I can possibly think of who can skirt those legalities of being able to tell us something without telling us something, that would be her. Hanzo says she can't get paid, so she won't be money raise hunger. Yep, that's right. And that even made it better because I actually didn't know that when I talked to her originally about it. Then she called me back later when she's like, Casey, that one of the things is I can't get paid. Um, having being with her current situation with being retired and having disabilities from the military, she's like, I can't get paid, but what I can do is I can donate the proceeds that would come to me to something. And then she already had a plan for it. She's like, I did some research and I found that AMC had something that's called AMC Cares. That's all I'll talk about it because I want her to talk about it more. But you guys can look that up. Hoosier Proud says, Casey, your opinion on how low it will go? I'm waiting for the 11 or lower. So one of the things Hoosier, some of the most common turnaround points that the algorithms usually have is 20, 35, and 60% turnaround points. And 60% for us is $13.73. So I'm kind of looking at 13.73 as being one of our lower values for a turnaround point. Yeah, I don't disagree, Maggie. I think he was actually in here earlier saying that he couldn't do it. He said I'd be sitting there saying, "Can we reduce the price of milk duds?" You know, I don't know what percentage of you um, I would need in order to. I mean, 77% of you have already said yes out of 69 votes, which is not a whole lot. So I'll leave up the poll here for a while. But you know, even if I got like a 50-50, I think I might proceed with going a little bit further and doing the interview, just because I think that once you hear her speak and once she has to say the things that she has to say, I think she's going to very potentially turn some of those, what is it, 23 is it, yeah, the 23% of you that are saying no. I think she's going to change how you feel. I think, but I want her words to be the words that really cause you conviction. We'll put out another poll um, after she's done with her interview. I'm going to try and make it a 12-minute interview and let her talk about what she wants to see, why she thinks. I think I did ask Tony De Niro. I think I did ask him. No, I don't think I did ask him. I asked him, and let me tell you what he said. Um, well, it was a private DM, so I don't know if I want to say what he said because he may have just been joking. I'm pretty sure he was joking. I don't think he's based on what he said. I don't think he's necessarily interested, but I don't want to count him out. Right now, I'm reading something on. Yeah, so I was just reading something Ace Ventura said about our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. He got a response on why his shares didn't sell on a limit order during that period of time. Uh, and I think part of the response to that was there's a limited amount of buyers in the market during temporary price spikes, and only a limited amount of sellers, which basically means that their buying and selling is proprietarized between just the buyers and sellers, meaning retail is not going to get in on the action during the 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. Um, that's what that means to me. Alex, I'm gonna let her speak for herself. I'm gonna 100% let her speak for herself because I don't want to speak for her. She's a very fully capable person of speaking on her own behalf. I'm not gonna prep her. I'm not going to um, give her any unfair advantages to how she would speak. I want it to come directly from her. I want this to be her talking to you. So I'll let her talk. If Alex, I'll let her speak for herself. Actually, myself, if she makes it past my interview and you guys still feel that she's a good candidate, then I'm gonna have her go interview with other people. That is 100% going to be on the list of things to do. So, like, I will definitely be sending her over to interview. Ask Tony. Absolutely, 100%. I'll ask Tony too. I'll ask Froggy too. I'll ask every single person that I need to because In order for her to get on that board, she's going to have to get backing from all of us, not just the people who are watching me, but everybody. And I guarantee you that, if we continue to see that people are supporting her being on the board, then we'll continue to push it forward and see how many people we can actually get backing her to get her onto the board, because that's what it's going to take. Remtac, how's it going? Good morning. That is a great question, Dr. Zeno. We can ask her. Grandma's doing better. Her sodium levels are up. She may be discharged today from the ER. I think one of the cool things though is that as part of the ape community, I know we'll have access to her. I'm her son. She can't just slip through as a board member. She can't just slip through the cracks. And when we have questions, we can get a hold of her. I can't think of a better candidate. I mean, it's so cool that I can call her up. I got her phone number. I'd be like, hey, mom, we got questions. She may not be able to answer everything. Unfortunately, she probably won't be able to answer everything, but I can guarantee you, to the best of her ability, she will try to probably answer things that she can. I can guarantee you that. And I think that's probably the coolest part is that we'll have access to her. And I think that's good. Because I know, like, for example, The Hedge has a working list on Ape Radio on Twitter that they put together of like over 300 or over 500 suggestions that they submitted to the board, to AMC. I think they submitted to the board and both Adam Aaron and the board, and we haven't heard anything about that list. We don't even know if it made it into their hands. But if we have somebody on the board we can give it to and say, we want this to be presented in front of everybody on the board, can you make sure this happens? I know who can do that. I know who can do that. I know who could take that information and make sure that it gets in front of people and that it's seen. Yeah, absolutely. I know myself, it sounds really, really weird. I know it. I know it sounds weird, man. Um, Let her speak for herself. Let her speak for herself and let see how you feel after you have a chance to hear what she has to say. Vote no now. Vote no now and wait until afterwards and see if you don't change your mind. But I'm with you. It sounds weird. This is very, very true, Narkill. Very true. Maggie, yes, they did. The data that we saw earlier this morning and the data that I showed you last night was the updated data. But legitimately, guys, there's going to be no hard feelings if you guys say that you think that she's not the right one. There won't be any hard feelings on my part, on her part. I want you to be honest because your honesty is what counts. If you don't think that she's the right person, then say no. Because the last thing I want to do is waste your time. I don't want to waste your time. I don't want to waste my time. If I'm going to be pushing for something like this, I don't want to be wasting my time. And so if you guys legitimately think that she's not the right person, say no. I don't have a problem with that. Nick, there's a process that's outlined in the proxy. I got to go back over the proxy and kind of pull it all up and see what it is. I literally brought this up as a point of interest last night with my mom without even knowing what the full process is. So I'm gonna have to sit down and go through the proxy and kind of see what that is. I'm pretty sure that we're gonna have to submit like some kind of application. But let me figure that out. I'll figure that out when we get there. I need to make sure that people are on board with her doing it in the first place. If people aren't on board with her doing it in the first place, then I don't want to continue down that road. She's asking if I want her to call in right now. Mom, if you're listening, get on Discord. You know what? And I'll tell you what. I'm gonna go to the back of the Big Tramp on Discord. Mom, you can show up on the back of the Big Tramp on Discord, and if people want to ask questions there, they can ask questions there. This is totally impromptu. She just sent me a text and said, "You want me to talk now?" Narkill, I completely respect that, and I thank you. Thank you for being honest. She said, right there, "Good morning, apes. Just say no if that's what you think." You guys are our straw poll. We need to have a group of people who say yes or no right off the bat, and we need to know whether or not we should continue to go down this road. If you guys say no, then we won't push this any further. It just dies right here. If you say yes, then we'll push a little further, and we'll keep pushing until we have the door slammed close in our face. And once the door is slammed close in our face, then it's done. I don't know what point that's going to be, but this is where we start. We start right here. Got to start somewhere in every process that you do. Wait, what did that? I can send a link. Mom, if you're having a hard time getting to the back of the big bus, or the back of the big bus, the back of the big tramp, let me put a link in here for you. We got about 8 more minutes before I run over the numbers here, guys. Again, no pun intended, since I am sitting in the big tramp. Paul says, I doubt Adam Aaron will allow 8 board member. Also, my vote would be very experienced fighting hedge funds and able to make changes at AMC, a Musk or Cohen aggressive leader. Just saying. I hear you, Paul. I absolutely hear you. The problem is that you're conflating like 2 different topics, right? You're taking somebody who's got like that aggressive side that's got the experience of like a Musk or Cohen, but then saying that they also need to be an ape. And I think you'll never find that perfect individual that is a Musk or Cohen that is also an AMC ape. They will always have their own objectives and their own their own, what's the word I'm looking for? End goals that they're looking for. It's ABC says if the rate hike is already priced in, can this be a market-wide bear trap this morning? It's possible. We've seen a lot of those kind of bear bull traps lately, where it seems like that's what they are, but I don't. Yeah, it very well could be. I'll say that. Let me look up rate hikes. See if we have any news. Pretty sure it's going to be like around 2 o'clock today, but we'll probably get hit. We'll probably get a notice beforehand. Dr. Zeno says Casey would start talking like Beavis and Butthead in a meeting and screw it all up. You know what? I have a serious side. I have a really serious side when I need to, Dr. Zeno, but you're right though. I love the fun side better. It's so much more fun to be fun. Hopefully she can get on here in a minute. You know, it's really weird. I think it was myself that was saying it feels weird to hear you say like, "Hey, my mom would be a great person for the board of directors." And it does feel weird to say that. And Lowboy said, "Casey, your mom is a go for me," and it's just, it makes me feel weird saying it too. It, it's weird, but it works, and I wouldn't ask her to do it, and I wouldn't ask you guys to consider it if I didn't think it was a great choice. Oh yeah, I know you. I know, doctor. We're good. Looks like she's trying to send me a call. Hold on a second here. Hello?
Hi,
Good morning.
good morning. I've been on a call for 2 minutes. Where were you?
I was trying to get you to go into the Discord, but I didn't realize that you were uh, calling me directly on Discord. Um,
I called
so
you on Discord. Yeah, I thought that's what you said to do. Sorry.
here's our straw poll. Our straw poll's out. We don't have a whole lot of votes yet, but it's climbing. People have questions, and I think they want to get to know you. Obviously, we're going to do an interview this weekend, kind of like to nail down like your position and what you see as the future. But did you want to share anything with anybody now? Any of the stuff that
I'll be glad to. I'll be glad to answer some questions. I can share Well, I think it's probably better to answer questions rather than me just shotgunning a bunch of stuff out there that nobody cares about.
Yeah. I'm gonna say to the people who are writing in questions, make them hard. Um,
That's fine.
if you want a good board member, you need to ask hard questions. So throw them out there.
I better drink my tea fast.
Low boy, I don't think you should have faith in me. I think you should question. I want you to question. I want you to ask questions. I want you to feel comfortable, not just trust, but I want you to feel comfortable in what it is that you would be standing behind. You should never just stand behind something because you have faith in it. You should stand behind it because you believe in it, because it's something that you've tested.
I want to add something to that. And I'm just going to say this up front. I am a Christian, and I'm not pushy to other people about it. I can't be in China, but that means that I do my best to follow the Word of God, the Bible, and I try to live my life as best I can as to be like Jesus. And so I don't want you to have faith in what Casey says or what I say. I want you to kind of figure it out on your own. Ask questions. The Bible even says, don't, Paul, and I think Peter, but I know Paul says, don't take my word for it. Check what I'm saying. Do your research, do your homework. Make sure that I'm not off track so that you know you're not off track. And I would say the same to you.
So first off, I've got the first question I've got here is, do you think the current board? Oh no, that's not the first question. Hold on a second. Do you think the current board has done a good job?
Well, based on all the complaints I've heard from people on Reddit, no. But honestly, I haven't paid that much attention to it lately or ever. I do a lot of different things. And so as of yesterday, last night, my focus will be changing quite a bit. But I can't really answer that with a lot of knowledge because I haven't been in that arena. I did listen to some of the talk that was going on about the different people and what's happening. And I personally think Adam Aaron has made a number of mistakes, but that's his choice. I mean, he gets to do that. He's the boss. So the short answer is, I don't want to say yes or no, but my gut feeling is people aren't happy with that, and that's important. Even if their decisions were good, if their constituents aren't happy with it, that's not a good thing. So they maybe need to have a PR problem or a conversation problem, communication problem. And sometimes that's what it is. I know from some of my experiences, sometimes the biggest problem is communication, not what's happening, but simply communicating what's happening better.
Have you ever been on a board before?
Several times. I'm on one right now. And it's actually been almost, I don't know how to say this. The board I'm on right now did something that I suggested, which makes them very unique in the state of California. It's the Homeowners Association board, and there's 220 homeowners. And our insurance went from $87,000 a year before the place was built out to a year and a half later, almost $900,000, which caused our HOA fees to double. Everybody was screaming mad. I talked to an insurance guy. He told me something we might want to try. I recommended it to the board. We did it. Everybody was putting the brakes on. Let's take it easy, go slow. And I said, if you go slow, you're going to still be paying that that 70, no, it was 90. I forget how much every month that they were paying out. I think it was around $70,000. and for payments on the insurance. And I said, if we can get this done sooner, we can get some of the money back. As of yesterday, they announced that, no, this is Wednesday. As of Monday, they announced that we did get it all done and got it in sooner, and we got $70,000 back. And our homeowners fees have been reduced to half of what they were. I mean, back to the original amount. And the big deal is we are a condominium community, but our CC&Rs allowed us to change the way our insurance was structured. And so instead of having the HOA insure all the exteriors and have to go to the cost of doing interiors if everything was destroyed, back to the state where it was originally, we got each homeowner to do their own interior and exterior, so that now the HOA only has to insure the common areas and the roads and stuff like that. And by doing that, most of our people didn't change their regular insurance, their own personal insurance, hardly at all. Mine went down, in fact. And my HOA fee is now back to where it was in the beginning, and we have just as good of insurance as before. It's a different way of doing it. And the fact is, they said there's less than 10 companies in I don't know if it's this state or this country, but that have actually done something like this. It's pretty unusual. But getting it done, the process was just very strenuous, very, very, and everything had to be done meticulously because we're under a microscope right now. Even state legislators are watching us very carefully to see what happens and make sure that it works.
So Bill H is asking a question about how would you eliminate AMC's debt, and I'm just going to say, Bill, that I think that's more of a question for the CEO. I know the board members would probably be responsible for trying to help come up with ideas on how to eliminate AMC's debt. And I would just say that, like, any kind of board member that the Apes put on from the community would probably be responsible for listening to the community. And but I don't necessarily think that she needs to come up with an idea on how to eliminate AMC's debt. That should be Adam Aaron's job. But so I'm gonna probably skip that question.
But I always have ideas, and I'm not saying I have an idea about this, but when I get to know a situation, my brain is going all the time. It drives me crazy sometimes, but I come up with funny ideas, and sometimes they work.
What type of partnerships would you target for long-term growth?
Oh, that's a really good question. At first, when I heard about the mine, I kind of went, what? But after Casey talked about it some more, I thought that was kind of an interesting thing. It's not a partnership, but I think the idea of selling the popcorn, there's a lot of popcorn folks out there, and unless the taste is really spot on, I don't think that's going to be such a hot idea, but who knows? But one of the things that I'm really excited about, I have been a volunteer person my whole life. I was enabled to stay home much of my kids' growing up years. I homeschooled each of them for a year, and when they were in regular schools, I volunteered in all their schools. I volunteered at our church. I volunteered for a lot of other organizations. And I would like to see AMC take their AMC Cares program, which as of this year is 20 years old, and basically nothing has been done with it. And I think with the way that our country is so divided right now, AMC has an opportunity with the complex, the many, many theaters that they have all over the country, all over the world. This is an open door waiting to be used for people to bond, find ways to pull together people and whether it be events, whether it be, I just heard about the thing where they're going to do online gambling. That wouldn't be my first choice. But hey, if it's pulling people together that are normally not in the same group, that can communicate, can find out that, hey, they're doing the same thing I'm doing and we have the same problems, that's creating um, bonds that can change into something more, something better. And that can make a difference over time. And I know it takes time, but it can make a difference in communities, in cities, in states, in countries. It's when people see outside of their own little circle, when our perspectives broaden, that things are have a better opportunity of changing. I lived in China for 12 years. When I got there, I knew nothing about China. I went to teach English. It was wild, but it changed. And I had lived in other countries before, but it changed my perspective about Asia. And I yeah. Okay, that's good enough. I keep rambling.
I'll tell you, I think it was, I'm trying to remember who the author was that said it. There was an author, I don't remember who it was exactly, but there was an author that said that traveling, gosh, why can't I remember who it was? Something to the effects of traveling around the world opens your perspective to how the world really works and makes you more um, knowledgeable about, or it makes you a better human being and knowledgeable about what's happening in your surroundings instead of just living in one spot. That's not the exact quote, of course, since I don't know what it is, but getting out and seeing the world really does open your eyes. For example, I've said this before on the show, moving from state to state, like I have lived in many states, I find that there are little different nuances that are different about each place that you live, but the people inherently are the same. But you see things from a different perspective because there are those little different nuances, and that's kind of just kind of a theme wherever you go, and it's all around the world. People are people.
I have a question for you, Casey.
Yeah.
Which made a bigger difference in your perspective? Going to spend some time in, was it Korea? Yeah, Korea, South Korea, or moving from one state to another?
Hmm. Because we're talking about culture, right? And so when you submerge yourself into an Asian culture completely, it changes a lot. It changes everything because you just have one singular culture that's all around you versus many different cultures. The melting pot, the melting pot of the
Mm-hmm.
United States is dilution, right? Like the dilution of the United States is it causes there to be kind of a singular oneness of us all. But when you go into another country where there's just one culture that's predominantly mainstream, it kind of submerses you into and opens your eyes to that specific culture. And so I would say probably going to South Korea was probably more impactful than moving from state to state.
Okay. I agree. I mean, I think getting out of your comfort zone or your comfort place and being inundated with so many different, I mean, not, it's food, it's bathroom etiquette, it's um, traveling on, just walking on the street. I remember that when I was walking in Italy and people were bumping into me and it was like, what is this? Everybody's bumping. And then they say, "Scusi, I'm not impressed with Scusi. Don't hit me." And then I found out from some other people that that was kind of their way of checking you out to see if you're if that you can be pushed around, because they knew I mean, it was clear I was definitely from not from there. I can't even hardly talk right now, but it was a different feel, and it's it's not one thing, it's everything around you. Yes.
Hmm. Um, Space Ape asked me, he says, you've been to Korea. I've been to South Korea for about 3.5 weeks. It was about a week and a half too long. But that's only because I was trying to live off of bulgogi burgers and pizzas that had maraschino cherries on them. And that's the only thing I could find to eat because all I got's a pickled cabbage and I can't eat that. But yes, I have been to South Korea on a work business. They sent me over there for a um, best known methods type training for the company that I worked for a while back. How many retail investors do you think there would be after MOASS? Do you believe there would be a real need of ape representative by then? That's a great question, Nosa. I can't wait to actually hear her answer myself.
I don't know. All the apes that I know want to sell during MOASS or after MOASS, but when the price is high, and I get it. I think if I'm in an organization and situation changes and I'm no longer needed, then I move on. However, if I'm doing a job that is helpful, I would stay anyway. I mean, if I was wanted, I, I'm I'm pretty flexible, and I really believe that um, God has a plan for my life. Whatever that plan is, I want to do it, and whatever it isn't, I don't want to do those things. And so I'm I've had a lot of changes in my life. I mean, all kinds of crazy up and downs. For a while, I managed a homeless shelter, and it was the most amazing homeless shelter. It was for families, and the kids. Some of those kids hadn't for years been in a place, a solid place where they could call it kind of home. And it was around Christmas time, and they were getting invited for sleepovers with their friends, and they wanted to invite their friends to sleep over at our homeless shelter. And I said, yeah, if the parents come and talk to me, and I'll show them around, and if they don't care, yeah, we can do sleepovers here. And pretty soon it was the hit of the elementary school. Everybody wanted to come to our house to sleep. I mean, it was absolutely crazy. Um, but when the season for that ended, I moved on. And I think that being able to leave a place is just as important as being able to go somewhere.
Adam870087 says, if AMC, I don't necessarily know that this is a great question for you, but I'm going to ask it anyways. If AMC sold more merch, collectibles, real NFT that tied into popular movie franchise Marvel DC, it would be easy money for the. Oh, that's just a statement. Never mind. I thought that was a question at first.
It's a way to it's a way to improve income. Although it takes, I'll tell you this. I owned a company for a while that made all that, shirts and hats and plaques and cups and all that stuff. And it's very labor intensive. And with the prices of labor going up so much higher than they used to be, here it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to do that unless you're doing it with an offshore source, which wouldn't be unthinkable, but it would take some good research before. I know a lot of companies are doing that, but I would certainly want to make sure that we had our ducks in line before suggesting something like that.
Have you worked and lived in other countries besides China?
Yes. I lived in South Africa when I was 18 years old, working in a hospital out in the middle of nowhere. I had a particular skill that they needed. The person that I was replacing for a summer between my freshman and sophomore years of college was having a baby, and so I went to work over there and almost got the entire denomination kicked out of the country because I talked to the wrong person and was honest. But it didn't happen. Everything was smoothed over, and it certainly changed my perspective for a number of reasons. That's a whole book of stories, trust me.
Let me see here.
I've also traveled extensively. I mean, from Panama to Europe to um, I like Thailand, but Singapore is gorgeous. While I was in China, part of the time I had to be on a tourist visa, and so every few months I had to leave the country, and sometimes I would just run across the border into Hong Kong and come back, no big deal. But sometimes I needed to get away, so I went to Mongolia and I did a trek through the backcountry for 10 days, sleeping in people's gurs. Yeah, I think that's what it was. That's been a while. Um, South Korea, of course, a couple of times. I hit, in addition to Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia. I love traveling and getting to know people. And I do a lot of this stuff by myself. And I didn't go to China till I was 57 years old, on my 57th birthday, in fact. And so I may look like a little old grandma, but guess what? Inside, it's still this crazy woman who wants to go every place and do everything and see everything.
There's a fire. Dr. Zena says, how do you manage to sound both really sweet and yet also sound like someone not to mess with?
Funny you should ask that. During the Shield Desert Storm, I was working in the National Military Command Center, and I was having fun. I mean, it was 12 on, 12 off, 3-day switcheroo shift, which was crazy time. Excuse me, but I believe in mixing social things with work, and most of the people in there were men. I grew up practically in the Air Force, and so I'm perfectly comfortable in that situation. So I just told everybody to bring food, and we'd make crock pots full of soup, and we'd make ice cream sundaes, and everybody thought it was good fun. And a year and a half after all of that, I was volunteering. I was a reservist at the time, and one of very, very few reservists that were working in the NIMIC. In fact, maybe most of the time the only one. And a year and a half later, I get a phone call asking if I'll come and write speeches for the vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And
who was?
Admiral Jeremiah,
Okay.
David Jeremiah. And so after I'd been there for a while, I asked one of the guys I was working with, I said, how did I get this phone call? And he said, oh, well, we were just watching your work when you were in the NIMIC. And it seemed like no matter what job you were given, you always got it done. It didn't matter who you had to kill. You did it so nicely, nobody cared.
That is so true about my mom. I'm sorry, I had to laugh at that, but that's actually probably one of the very most true statements I can think of. That's funny to me.
And so, Dr. Z, but I really am. I'm really nice. That's the weird thing. I don't think I'm killing anybody. I mean, but if I've given a task, I am a bulldog. But I don't kill people. I just try to be nice and get what I need.
Now, Geraldo's asking another one of those kind of questions that I feel like is kind of one of the ones for Adam Aaron. But this could be something that's talked about, in a board if they wanted to talk about like different types of ideas or something like that. So I'm going to go ahead and ask this one. But what is your number one way to pay the current debt? Any way retail can get involved and help raise capital to help pay debt, like AMC plus GME equals VR gaming or IMAX. What do you see? I mean, I know that's more along the lines of the CEO's job to kind of come up with ways to pay off the debt, but I guess I want to know, what could shareholders possibly do to help to pay off the debt? What could we do?
Well, I know. Well, I was going to say bake sales aren't going to do it. I get it, and I'll say this: when I became a divorced woman, I was saddled with a lot of debt, and I worked very hard and got it paid off. Then when I went to China, I bought they call them homes, but they're flats really, in a high rise. And that was 9 years ago. And I think I don't have a big income. I didn't, at least at first, and I don't have a huge one now, but I lived comfortably. I had all my credit cards paid off, and I bought a new car, and I got that paid off until once I'd sold it because I was in China. And then at this point, I have only $3,000 left to pay off on the second place in China, and all of that has been paid off. And I believe the best way to get out of debt, which I have done now, except for I bought a big fancy house, but it's already gone up in price 30% because it was brand new. The best way is don't spend money. But that doesn't always work for companies, and I get it. But I do think a lot of people don't know how to do cost cutting, and that's something I'm incredibly good at. Things that people don't think of or see. I've been doing people's taxes, not just my own, and my parents and my kids, but I've helped other people. And looking into when you do taxes, you look at all kinds of expenses and income, and it's really fun to see what the government will let you deduct as expenses, or as deductions, or as credits. And I love poking around and finding new ideas for how to save money. And that's one of the places I find them, is when I do taxes. I go, oh, hey, I didn't know that. And like right now, my home has solar. I would rather wear a sweater than turn the heater on. Sometimes I even wear a coat instead of turning the heater on. And because of that, San Diego Gas and Electric owes me a whole lot of money because I never even use more than 2/3 of what my solar is producing. So I think sometimes just a new set of eyes looking can find places that money could be saved that people aren't noticing or paying attention to. I also think there are other things that I would probably need to think about. I mean, I know there are, but and I haven't really pored over their books or looked into their finances that much. But there's always, I'm a detail person. I love little tiny details, and I learned from my father that an incrementalist can do things that people who just throw stuff around can't do. So I would take a look with a magnifying glass.
You know, because almost for a second there, I was like, you better not make the movie theaters colder, because I know a lot of women already think the movie theaters are cold enough.
I know, but I would say they could bring in a blanket if they wanted to.
Let's see. Nasir says, how would you address some of the current issues that are not being answered regarding shareholders? For example, like, and this might be out of the realm of your knowledge of what you know about what can be said and what can't be said, but a lot of people want like things like share counts, and they want share recalls. Like, what would you see yourself, and what shareholders want from our side are how I guess I'm going to add to what Nasir is saying is in regards to things that shareholders want to see have happen, how would you relay that information to the board in a way that could be effective?
That's the key. Let me just give you a little story. When I started out, I enlisted in the Air Force. I was an enlisted person, and I had 3.5 years of college. I hadn't finished yet. I quit in the middle of my senior year. I got mad and left. And I'm just sorry, I got sidetracked. Okay. I went back and finished after I was pregnant with Casey, And the year after he was born, I got a direct commission. But what happened was, I'm sorry, there's something here distracting me. Hang on just a minute. Let me take care of it.
Okay.
Okay, I'm so sorry. What was the question?
The question is how would you effectively address some of the issues that shareholders have, or if we have concerns or things
I
that we,
remember. I
yeah,
remember.
okay,
Yeah. Okay. So what happened was I started out in working in the mental health clinic, and then when I went off of active duty into the reserves at the end of the Vietnam War, I had to find a new job, and my husband was working in the reserve intelligence area. So I went in and talked to them and got a job. And they asked me, "What makes you think you can do intel?" And I said, "Well, I've been working in psychiatry for the psych clinic, and I get people to come in and tell me their secrets all the time, and it's pretty easy." And they said, "Oh, that ought to work." And so they brought me in and trained me. And then years later, I had a medical condition that precluded me from having uh, a security clearance. And so I had to find a new job. And so I went and interviewed with public affairs because it was in the Pentagon and I was in the Pentagon. It was easy and quick. And the guy interviewed me was a 2-star general and sat me down and he said, "So what makes you think you can do this job?" And I said, "Well, I get the feeling that it's just the opposite of um, where I've been. What I've been doing is being told everything and not able to tell anybody what I'm knowing, what I know." And I said, "But in this job, you're told nothing and you're asked to be the spokesperson." And he starts laughing. He goes, "You got the job." And I think communication is just like that. It's knowing what you can say and when you can say it. And I think learning who the key players are, and it's not always the people you think it is. Sometimes the people who have the most sway, if you want to call it that, um, are the people who are another level, a different level, or not the main focus of a company. The communication channels in a company, there's several different kinds of communication channels, but first there's the normal direct communication, that the levels that the people are like chain of command kind of a thing. But for example, the exec for a senior officer often has that officer's ear a lot. And if you can get that exec to talk about what you want to happen or to have said, then you get at it from a back way. You can, and then if you get one of the other people that's maybe a not a peer, but just a step lower, but not the exact, also mentioning it. So there's different, I guess, communication channels and how you do things. And I'm a writer. I used to have over 150 articles online when I was writing for Suite 101. That was the name of a company that Google put out of business years ago, and before they ever got shorted, I'm sure. And I think knowing how to communicate is a very important thing, and I'm not always great at it. In fact, I've been told I'm not a public speaker, which is fine, but sometimes I do speak in public, and sometimes it actually comes out pretty decent, but sometimes it doesn't, and I get that. So I don't tell people I'm a great speaker because I don't think I am, but I do try to communicate. And it's really hard when it's just like over the phone because that's not visual at all. And I think in our culture, visual cues are very important in communicating. So how would I do it? I would use as many tools as I've built up over my lifetime um, to try to get messages that I'm getting to the right people to make a difference. And it doesn't make me nervous. I've been known to be rather bold at times, to talk to people about things that are hard.
Given the company is in debt, albeit moving in the right direction, do you think or feel that the board members are deserving of the stock increase they are seeking the upcoming vote? Why or why not?
I think executive level people in our country are vastly overpaid. That's not going to be a popular perspective. I get it. But sometimes one can lead by example. I would not. I've done some checking, case, and because my pension is all disability, and it's it's a service connected disability, I could work and I could accept pay, but I would choose not to, simply because I don't want to have that. I don't want to say hammer; it's a velvet hammer, I guess, over my head. I would probably be donating money, and not probably, I would be donating my salary if I had that kind of a position, and I would even ask that it not be so much, if that's what I needed to do to help reduce the deficit and the debt that the company owes. And maybe sometimes leading by an example is better than trying to talk to other people about doing stuff, not say anything. I mean, I don't understand how people who have millions and millions and millions, or even billions, think they're going to spend it all. I don't think they're going to get out of this, this life with any of it. So why amass so much? I don't get it. But I kind of do, but it's not where I am.
I love this question from Nosa. This one I really like a lot. It says, what would be your criteria to choose between different topics, requests from Ape community towards discussing within the board? Well, let me reread that. I don't think I read it well enough. What would be your criteria to choose between different topics or requests from Ape community towards discussing within the board? How would you
Okay.
decide? Yeah, how would you decide what you were going to talk
Yeah.
about and what you weren't going to talk about with the board?
Things would have to be prioritized, obviously. I think what I would ask is, if I were on the board, I would ask the many people, different factions within Reddit, to
Twitter.
pull to okay, and Twitter, and wherever the apes are, to come up with a small group, 4-5 people, that represented everybody pretty well, who would be able to talk to me, and I would have to get approval on this, but I know it should work. I I would be asking them to funnel information to me so that it's not shotgun from. I mean, if everybody can just send me texts, and actually they could, that would be fine. But if it became overwhelming, then I wouldn't be able to read everything and respond to it. So if there was a channel, and I hate organizational charts, but basically an organizational chart saying, okay, if you're going to, all these people want to contact me and tell me stuff, it's got to be funneled somewhere. And if it's funneled at my computer, that's going to be a problem. So you guys should funnel it, because I can't decide for you what are the most important things. And I would ask people that you elect or choose or grace with your approval of in some way would make those decisions, because honestly, I am an ape. My handle's Mama Ape. Handle is the wrong word. I'm sorry, but whatever. My name, but I don't spend a lot of time in the groups because I have a lot of things in my other life, my real life, my live life that are going on, and I haven't been able to spend as much time as I want. Um, Honestly, I listen to Casey. This is kind of silly. I listen to Casey just because I miss him so much and I like hearing his voice. But I also listen. I mean, it's not like it doesn't connect it somewhere inside of me. I spent all my savings on stock. So I am an ape, but I'm probably not as tight with the community as I might be. Is that fair? I'm trying to be really honest, guys.
No,
That's
no, you
that's
know,
who I
this
am.
it's fair. So what I hear you saying, or at least what it sounds like to me you're saying, is that you would want to have different individuals from different social media groups, uh, like head individuals of those particular groups coming together to communicate with you from those communities. So you would have like a channel of different people from different social media all funneling that information into you. So, but how do you prioritize what's first and what's second and what's third?
That's what I would ask them to do because they would need to talk it over because they're going to have different agendas and say, okay, what is important? And you're saying this is important. This guy over here is saying it's important, and this person over here is saying it's important. They would have to hammer out which is the most important because I wouldn't have that perspective. I'm going to look at things and if I disagree, I might ask questions. No, I could not might. I would ask questions. Why do you think, the color of the stationery is more important than the amount of money that's being spent on blah blah blah. I yeah, I if there's a real issue, I might ask why clarification, but I would really think I I wouldn't want to do all of the prioritizing. If I still needed to do some prioritizing, which I'm capable of doing, I would look at how does it affect the company and how does it affect the stockholders and how does it affect the people that AMC calls customers. I mean, and try to balance those three things.
This is a I don't know if I really like this question, Nosa, but I'm going to ask her anyways. But how would you feel about being the second woman sitting on the board? I can almost tell you right now, Nosa, that my mom is no stranger to working in a men's environment and not letting that impact her in any kind of way whatsoever. But that's me speaking for you, and that's me trying to feel like I need to come to your defense, but I don't need to because I know I don't need to. How would that make you feel?
At home,
I think being in the military alone kind of puts you in a, in the past has put you in positions that um, where you're working
lots of
in.
times I was the only female. And I actually pushed the envelope quite a few times. There was, I, I once read in one of the base newspapers, it was at Andrews Air Force Base, that they were looking for people to put together an aggressor force against a team that was doing exercises, um, war games basically, out at Camp Meade, I think it's called. Yeah, Meade. And and it was a prime beef team that we were going to go up against. And I volunteered, and they said, "Well, we're not having any women out in the field. Why not?" Well, I said, "I want to do it. It sounds like fun." So they reluctantly let me in, and and that's when I was still enlisted. Some of the guys were not happy about it because we were sharing. We had rain ponchos because it did rain, and then when in ugly weather, if it was raining, you had to put two ponchos together, snap them together, and that made a little tent. You'd sleep inside that, barely any room. And since I was the only female, they said, "Well, what are you going to do?" And I they said, you have to pick somebody to share with. So I picked the most outspoken, crankiest guy who was anti-women being out there. And I said, him. And we became really good friends. And everything was fine because we got to know each other. And I think that's one of the ways that when people look at people as divided in any way, whether it be skin color or ethnicity or language spoken or sexuality or gender or financial status or anything, there's so many things that can divide us. And yet, if we just spend a little time getting to know each other, we can find the things that unite us. And that's what's important to me.
I got a question here from somebody. Micah Allen is asking, sorry, just getting on today. Somebody please tell me what time the Fed is talking today. I saw the schedule set for between 2 and 4:45 is what time I was seeing, but it didn't have a specific time listed for the Fed meeting or announcement. Let me see if I can pull it up again here. 1 second. 5:4 says press conference. It's just got 2 and 4:15 listed. Selected interest rates is at 4:15 p.m. That would be Eastern Standard Time, so it would be maybe 15 minutes after market close, potentially, maybe, but I don't have a link for it, unfortunately. Let's try one. Let's see here. Do you see AMC as a long-term investment? That's a tough one.
Well, it has been fairly long term so far. I used to invest in gold mining stocks, and then when I went to China, I saw some things that made me think some Chinese stocks would be good. So I sold the gold mining stocks and bought Chinese stuff. And then I got busy and I stopped watching them. And then I looked and my the value had gone way down, and I wasn't really paying that much attention. So I thought, well, I'll just leave it. And sure enough, it went way back up, back to where it was and a little higher. And so then I went back to gold mining stocks and did a little more research this time, and I doubled my money. And honestly, I think with a little care and a little research, you can find good stocks that will perform well over time. I believe AMC has the potential to be one of those. I think there are a lot of things that it doesn't control, like hedge funds, that can make a difference in how things turn out. But I personally, this is kind of a weird thing. Let me just tell you. Growing up, I was not allowed to go to movies. I think my parents took us to one educational movie because my aunt, who was a teacher, and my parents were teachers, insisted that her school was selling these tickets to this it was a documentary. We went down to, I think it was Grauman's Chinese Theater, and we all lined up, my cousins and my aunt and uncle and my mom and dad, and watched this travel movie. And other than that, I didn't get to see movies until I ran away to college, which I really ran away to college. And I love going to the movies and the movie theaters, and I believe in them. There's nothing like it. I adore sitting there with this bigger than life screen in front of me and sound coming from all the way around. And I am so excited that I have AMC stock that it just, yeah, I will always have some, I think, well, until I go back to gold mine stocks, which I've given up on for a while. But I think our world is going to change, and I don't think anything's going to be a long-term bet for anything. I think our economy is going to have some serious problems, especially after we moon. hit that moon, and then I think all bets are off. I don't think anything that we think we know is going to happen. Just like when I was in China, I keep talking about China, but sorry. And I got what I now believe was COVID in the end of 2019. And then I tried to picture it happening in America, what was happening over there. And I couldn't even imagine our country with people walking around with masks on. And so for me to be able to picture what might happen after our economy tanks really badly.
It's hard to imagine. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You got cut off. Can't hear you. Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Hi, I can hear you.
Okay, I can hear you now.
Oh, I think I know what happened. My earbud died.
Oh,
It's been in. Sorry.
no problem. We've been talking for a while.
Yeah. And I had it on earlier this morning for some other stuff. Anyway, I'm so sorry. That was my fault.
No problem.
So, did I finish? I mean, did you hear enough?
I got the gist of it. I'm just going to ask just a few more questions here because it is getting kind of closer to the time to do another look at our numbers, and I know a lot of people are kind of wondering what's going on right here. So I'll probably start heading back to looking at some of the numbers. But Narkil is asking, what's the most important thing to shareholders? What do you think is the most important thing to us?
Well, I think most shareholders in most companies want their stock to go up and they want to get a profit. But then, do you get a profit only if you sell? I think having a stock that doesn't hurt you, that helps you in some way. But I would like to think that most apes aren't just in it for the money. I know a lot of them are in for the money, but not just for the money. And and that is to see a change, to see a real change happen with the way our stock market is run and the, I'm going to just say, corruption that exists in manipulating not just our stocks, but I mean, a lot of stuff, our monetary, yeah, well, the whole financial part of our country. And I don't think it's just there. I think it's a lot of different things. And I'm really sad about it. But when it comes to money, I do believe that AMC should be able to start giving dividends. And I think that would go a long way towards showing that the stockholders are as important as growth. Although we still need to, the debt needs to be paid down. And I don't think they ever get rid of all the debt. I mean, that's kind of leveraging is kind of a way of business nowadays.
Hmm.
But I think that's important is including the stockholders in the profitability of the company.
Nosa says, how would you then decide what is important with so many channels and influencers, shills that are out there? I'm just gonna say that, like, I mean, that's gonna be probably partially something that I would probably deal with her as well. Nosa is that I would probably make sure that she's talking to the right people in the right communities. I would definitely be looking out for my mom, number one. I can guarantee you
I
that.
would count on that. I
But
would count on that.
I would not filter. I would not filter who she talks to specifically, but just making sure that she doesn't talk to, like, individuals who are
Chan
not.
Chan,
Yeah, well, just
you're not going to let me talk to Chan Chan? They could probably speak in Mandarin.
well, sometimes knowing who your enemy is isn't always that bad. Talking to them helps you to know what their strategy might be. But But I would definitely be watching out for who she's talking to and whatnot, and just helping her to make some of those decisions because I do have probably a little bit more of a heartbeat on what's going on in the community than she might have. So I would definitely help
Yes.
her with that. And then moving down here, would you share insider information to Casey so he leaks it on the channel? And I can tell you right now, Nosa, I am not cool with that. I'm not cool with that. It would be
And I
great.
wouldn't do it anyway.
I think it would be really cool if that were the case. I'm not going to lie to you. I think it'd be awesome if that were the case, but we can't do that. You have to do things by the rules, and I wouldn't allow her to do that, and I wouldn't allow myself to be putting her in that position or myself in that position because that compromises everybody as a whole. And I think that sticking to the rules is what we got to do. We've done it from day one. We've been just doing what it is that we need to do by the rules. We need to stick to that. Sticking to the rules is what we need to do. So there's not going to be anything from my part as far as trying to get insider information just so I can have it to talk about on the channel. That's not my goal here. My goal here is to have an intermediary person that we can go to that as a community and say, look, this is what our intentions are. How do you decide which one? I guess that really kind of comes down to like a really, kind of one of the questions Nose is asking is like, how do you decide what portion of the community is really backing one particular thing or another? We have a place, maybe we could develop some kind of place where people as a whole could go to choose what we think are the most important topics. I don't know. It's something that we would probably have to deal with. How as a community can we make sure that we talk to you in a way that best tells you what we feel is some of the most important topics? Those are tough questions.
And I think right now Reddit is not that unified. And I think that at Reddit, when I say Reddit, I mean the online community. So that includes Twitter and any other, group, social media groups that are represented. But I think even the people that are on Twitter um, are and the other groups are in Reddit. I think Reddit is the base or the first social media group that was kind of doing all the meme stock stuff. And so if you can unify the Reddit group and bring in whoever else you feel is important enough, then those guys can, the leaders, whoever they are, can hash out what is important or prioritize. And then if it seems funny, I may ask Casey questions, or I may ask the group, or I might even ask you guys sometimes. I mean, I like to get lots of opinions and then try to weigh them. I've never been one to just take stuff at somebody's word necessarily
I can
until I know them very well.
I can say from my perspective, what I would want of you is to
Okay.
travel around or immerse yourself in different groups across the board everywhere. Make yourself readily available so that people from different communities can talk to you across the board. All right, like, and then it's no pun intended because you're on the board, but or would be on the board, but how do we get specific people to be able to have an opportunity to be able to get to talk to you from those different communities? And it's just simply by having you immerse yourself into those communities and say like, I'm here, I'm ready to listen. What do you have to say? And
Town hall meetings. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, town hall meetings. Yeah,
I love, yeah, that's not a problem. I can do that.
and it may not necessarily be. And no, Narkill says, folks, board members are not allowed to just go talk with people. And that may be part of it is that, and I agree with what Narkill is saying right there. You would have more of the responsibility of just listening, not necessarily telling us what's exactly happening, but listening to what our concerns are, the things that we think are important topics, and then taking that information and going to the board and making those known.
I think I will have to find out what their rules are, and I mean, I can understand if I can't share information, but I can certainly listen.
Yeah. Let me see here. I'm trying to scan down, guys. I'm gonna skip through maybe some of these. Okay. I think I got through most of these.
I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you guys like this. I mean, I had no idea, no intention of this happening.
Yeah, I mean, I just talked to you about it last night, and really kind of I apologize for putting you on the money on the spot. This is like
No, I
legitimately,
volunteered. That's fine.
yeah. It's not even Monday.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not going to say I'm the best candidate, but as I was kind of thinking about some of my experiences over the years, I think I would be a good candidate. And the other thing is, you said 2 openings. So you wouldn't be just stuck with me. If you can get organized, you could probably get 2 people on there.
Yeah. And quite
And
honestly,
so I think that,
that's one of the things I'm concerned about as well is that, we can sit here and tell you until we're blue in the face what our concerns are, right? But if you go back to the board and you express our concerns, but you're only one vote
one,
on a board
yeah,
of 10 people that's supposed to be 10 people, that one vote's only 10%. That doesn't really do anything. And so it could end up making you look like a bad guy because we would be sitting here telling you this is our concerns. This is what we want to see going forward. This is what we want to do. This is how we want to see the company steered. And then you go and you're 10% of the vote.
yeah.
And so really, in all honesty, ape representation needs to be more than just 10% of the total vote on the board. I feel like we need 20, maybe even 30% of the vote. I know we own the whole entire float. How many people do normally, if an entire float's owned by an organization, how many board members do they get? Two, at least, I would imagine. Um, but
Good question.
that is one of my biggest concerns, and part of the reason why I wouldn't even want to be in the job, Narkill. I wouldn't want to be in the job because I would be afraid that you guys would think that I was not doing what it is that I needed to be doing. And it would bother me to know or to think that you guys thought that I wasn't trying my best to do to be your um, conduit of information and desires for seeing what the company needs to do in the future. It would bother me. And it's not what I came here for. I came here to record history and monitor what's going on with this entire play, and that's why I can't do the job. But I know somebody I know somebody who could set that aside and be able to, at least I think, compartmentalize to some extent the idea that even though we would be expressing what it is that we want to see going forward with the company, may not necessarily happen, but that the voice is there and that we're being heard and that you would be trying your best to accomplish getting our point across to the rest of the company. I think that's what we need. And if you can compartmentalize the idea that people may think that you're not doing what we've asked you to do, even though you are, then maybe you're right for the job. But you also need,
It reminds me of high school a little bit because in high school, I didn't think of myself as a part of any of the cliques, but as I did things, I realized I was a band geek. I was in the band. I was in the advanced learning classes, and so that was one group. I was a sort of a side person in government, student government. I was a jock, and this is going to sound crazy, but I took 3 years of drafting in high school, and that was where all the football guys were. So I was hanging out hanging out with all the other jocks. I mean, the guy jocks. And um, I moved very easily between all these different groups. And I really used to hate it because I wanted to belong to somebody, but it never really happened. And I'm still that way. I still, um, I don't feel like I fit in one place. Does that make sense a little?
It makes perfect sense to me because I've always said that I'm a chameleon when it comes to and I know I get it from both you and Dad. I'm a chameleon when it comes to fitting in social groups. I never fit in any
Yeah,
one specific social group. I just found myself always moving from one to the next, and always just
yeah,
fitting in. I fit in,
yeah,
but I wasn't necessarily a member. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't.
yeah,
They knew who I was. They accepted me, and I was free to come and go as I pleased. But I was always moving around, and
yep,
I fit in whatever environment I needed to fit into. And maybe that comes from being a military person where I wasn't military myself, but being in a military family where we're constantly moving around from location to location, and you know, you just that's that's life. You fit in where you have to fit in, and you make it work.
that could be. And my family moved a lot when I was a kid too, so it's been my whole life.
Yeah. So,
Thank
anyways,
you,
thanks for coming on, Mom.
thank you. No, thank you for sharing this time. I mean, it's already time to do your numbers again, so I'm just gonna hang up here and turn my YouTube back on.
Okay. Well, my next step, I think going forward, once we get the vote in for today and just kind of get like a straw poll here, my next step is to figure out what it would take to get you onto the board, but then also, excuse me, also introducing you to the rest of the communities. I have contacts within several communities, and my next goal would be to, in addition to getting you ready to apply for the position, getting you familiarized with some of the different communities, getting your name out there, and seeing what the rest of the communities think about you as an individual, getting to know you. And my hope is to try and do like a 12-minute video of you just saying who you are briefly, your past history, and why you think you would be good for the job this weekend, so that people can see that. They have an opportunity to go and watch it and say, like, who is this person I keep hearing about that wants to be a board member for AMC? And quite honestly, that's I think those are the next steps that we have to kind of take. We do have to kind of move a little quickly because I think that we are in a time window for how long we have to get you nominated and placed up as a nominee. But
I,
we'll make
I,
things happen.
yeah, I think knowing what that time window is probably the most important right now.
Right. I've got to pour
Yeah,
through the proxy again and figure out because it does. I'm pretty sure it states in there.
I'll take a look if I can.
Paul.
I have some stuff going on this morning, but
Yeah. Thank you again. I appreciate you taking the time, Mom.
love you.
Love you too.
Bye bye.
Bye. It's it's. I'm not gonna lie. It's extremely weird. It's extremely weird to say I love you, Mom, to somebody who you're recommending as a board of directors. I'm not gonna lie. That's very strange. But anyways, I do want to point out that several people have mentioned that the futures trading suspended at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today. Apparently, they are expecting something to happen. Um, there it is, guys. You heard it out of her own mouth. I watched the poll. I watched the poll as you guys had a chance to listen to her, and legitimately it went down. And I think that's great. I think it's great to know that you guys are being honest. I want your honest opinions. I don't want you to just say yes. I want you to vet anybody who's thinking about trying to fill a board position. I don't care if it's my mom. I don't care who it is. You should vet them. You should vet them hard because that person's going to sit there and they're going to represent us, and it's going to be a sucky job. It's going to be a very sucky job. Um, Hopefully, we can get two people on the board so it's not as sucky, but I think it's good. Um, I appreciate you guys being honest. Yeah, I don't know the answers to this RemTech. That's just what I've seen two people post in here for so far. So let's see here. We need to start looking at some of the news. Well, let me go through the numbers first here, guys, and then we'll get into looking into some of the news. So I'm going to update the numbers. Give me 1 second as I log back in. I'm telling you guys, there's no way, there's absolutely no way I could do this job. Being a board, I just couldn't do it. I'm too screw you with I'm not. I hate politics. I just say things like I say them, like I see them, like I say them, and I don't beat around the bush, and I just want to fix things, and it's just like somebody like me doesn't work well, because I just don't care about other people's feelings. When it comes to me wanting to fix something, I just dive into it and I say, fix this. We're fixing this now. I don't care what we got to do. We're fixing it. Apes R Us is like, I'm sick of eating SpaghettiOs. That's what I'm talking about, Apes R Us. Like, let's fix this. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. I skipped the 10 o'clock just because we were talking to Mom there, Mom Shaw, for a little bit, and so I'm going to cover over some of these numbers here. Starting with off exchange. So 2 hours ago it was 45.37 and 12.27. Those numbers are now 44.6 and 15.08. So a lot of price discovery being hidden into those ETFs. Let's see here. Moving on to Vortex. As of 2 hours ago, the data was showing that there was 937 shares having been borrowed. It's now up to 1.87 million, which is doubling almost. No, it is doubling. That's going to increase our estimated current short-term interest of the free float from 19, I think it was 19% 2 hours ago, up to 19.08. Cost to borrow average is about the same as what it was 2 hours ago at 1.89%. And let's take a look at those options. Like, I think she would be good for the job, but I hope she can compartmentalize. That's really going to be the key. I think she can do it. I know I would struggle with it. I would take it very personally. At a $15.50 strike price an hour ago, there was 3.9 thousand contracts. There's now 5.2. I think she could. I mean, I don't have any doubt that she could do it. I just know that I would struggle with compartmentalizing some of that stuff, and so it sucks. You don't want to send your mom in a wolf's den, although she's more capable than anybody I can think of. The puts have decreased from a $15 strike price to a $14 strike price. There was 2.6 thousand contracts an hour ago at 15. Now there's 4.9 at 14. All right, I'm gonna need to drop. I just need to stop talking about the subject matter. I know you guys are probably bored of it. I know I talked about it quite enough so far for the day to day. So let's see here. Let's take a look at Fidelity. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are not in the top 10 list due to the fact that we have low volume for the day to day. AMC, however, is in 17th position, which is better than it was earlier this morning, with a very strong 73% buy to 27% sell ratio. GME coming in at 25th with a 79% buy to 21% ratio, buy to sell ratio, which is extremely looking good as well. 1396 is our trigger price for SSR. It does not appear that any new shares have been borrowed in the last hour. I mean, they did borrow some shares, but not enough for me to count. 131,000 contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 3.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. 35.5 thousand contracts are out of the money versus on the puts versus 42.1 that are in the money. The Nasdaq is down 0.96, the Dow Jones is down 0.02, and the S&P 500 is down 0.23. The market is currently declining over advancing with 4,820 decliners to 2,767 advancers. The VIX is down 1.4, IWM is down 0.89, Tesla is down 1.33, Amazon is down 2.9, Cinemark is down 3.91, Doge is up 1.18, Bitcoin is up 3.32, GameStop is down 2.58, HYMC is down 7.53, Hood is down, or is up rather, 2.72, and AMC is down 3.32%. Inflow versus outflow, we currently have about $500,000 more in inflow than outflow. So far, we've traded 10.94 million shares for the day today, not quite halfway through the day yet. We're on pace for about 26 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested earlier in pre-market would be somewhere between 20 and 40 million. On the weekly interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.64, which is below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38, which is below average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.29, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 37.67, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51, which is just about average. And taking a look at that, $15.50 something cents was the amount that we needed to kind of cross that threshold we needed to stay above in order for us to see gains coming from day traders. Looks like as of right now, we just need to break 1507 as a level of resistance. Remtac says, we will move, just which way is the question. Will Powell do a Powell Bowel? That's a good question. I don't see a link for the announcement anywhere, so we're probably just going to have to watch the news. In regards to news and the market, let's see if we can find out something about the futures trading. I'm not seeing any news current. Let me try looking that up somewhere else. I'm not finding that anywhere. If somebody else has a link, let me know. Did Lisa ask you a question? Did I miss a question that Lisa asked? JG says, all indexes are red and the VIX is redder. It doesn't make sense. I'm telling you, they've been pumping money into the markets to prevent a crash from occurring, and it's the most insane thing I have ever seen in my entire life. Quite honestly, like, I mean, it all started right here. 4 red ascending weekly candles, 4 red ascending weekly candles, which is something I've never seen in my life. Followed by 3 descending, or I guess you could count it as 4 descending candles. That's just 3. 3 descending candles. There was an injection of money in here into the market. Another injection of money occurred right about, I believe it was here as well, which gave us this nice big push up. I'm sorry, wrong way. Push up is not injection of money. Let's see, injection of money, run up. What happened here on this day where you see the week of this red candle here, and then it looks like potentially another injection of money again this week. So time between failures. Count this with first one, so 3 weeks in between failures. Then you've got a 1 week between failures. Then you got a 2 week between failures. So 3, 2, 2, or maybe 3, 1, 2. I should probably flag. I might do that later tonight. I might flag like areas where I think they injected money into the market. Two weeks. 2 weeks. UKU, that is the answer I always give. I loved it that one time that Adam Aaron says, even I thought 2 weeks was impressive. I'll never forget that. Just kind of taking a look at some of the stuff that's being listed here. Adam Aaron just tweeted. Let me check it out. Adam Aaron says, from Marvel Studios, Doctor Strange at AMC Theaters starts early screenings this Thursday, with the official opening this Friday, May 6th. At Disney just showed us some of the astoundingly great footage. Retweet this if you will be a part of the national event to share in the opening at AMC. I'm not going to be there, but I'm still retweeting it. Actually, I'm not going to retweet it. Yeah, I will. I don't know. All right, I'll retweet it. I just retweeted. All right, guys. I think I'm going to take a break. It is time, and you know what happens when I go to break. Price starts to rise. So let's get that price going. And I'll see you guys back here at 12:10. I feel like I need a nap today. Definitely feel like I need a nap. All that late night poker I was playing. Mediocre and AP whooping up on me. Don't forget to thumbs down. I'm embarrassed myself. I mean, I do things like that and I don't ever expect people to like catch me. So I'm a legit embarrassed that I was caught doing that, but It's just because I like being against the grain of wood, I guess. I don't know. All right, I'll see you guys in a little bit. Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry about the delay there, guys. I took a little nappy poo, and the alarm didn't go off for some reason or another. Luckily, my mom called. Yep, saving the day. Alright, let's take a look at some of our numbers here. Let's see here. Okay, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is what people were saying. However, if you go... Oh, apparently I'm listening to my own channel here. Powell's information is... Hold on a second, I gotta turn this off real quick here. I hate hearing myself, by the way. I think it sounds terrible. Let's head on over to the Fed's website real quick. The Fed's website. And this is what I see here. I see the press conference. I see the meeting occurring at 2:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Is what this says. It's part of a 2-day meeting. I see something about selected interest rates at 4:15 p.m. and I see something in between here called press conference in between 2 p.m. and 4:15 that's listed here, and it just says press conference. It doesn't say exactly what, when, where, how, why. I don't know if it's going to be at 4:15 or if it's going to be at 2. But I see a press conference in between. I don't know what to make of this. If somebody else has a better idea, that's what's showing up on the calendar. But it doesn't appear that we're moving a whole bunch. It looks like we're doing a bunch of sideways trading as it stands right now. But as of right now, I'm at 12:35 Central, so that means it would be 1:35 Eastern Standard Time. Let me refresh some of the numbers here real quick, and we'll take a look at the numbers. Ugh, I'm so tired from last night's poker. Alright, let's take a look at what we got going on here. Off exchange as of an hour ago, actually it's an hour and a half ago, was 44.60 and 15.08. Let's see what we got now. 46.20 and 14.51, a little bit down here in off exchange. Volume's really, really low, guys, so they're not having to do a whole lot to suppress price. Nothing really coming through volume wise. Let's take a look at this is nice. As of an hour and a half ago, there was 1.87 million shares having been borrowed. There's now 2.24. Heavy borrowing going on today. That's going to, again, raise. We started out, I want to say, the first time I checked estimated current short-term interest of the free float, it was at 19. And we had just underneath a million shares having been borrowed. It's already at 19.11%. So the estimated current short share interest of the free float is rising pretty rapidly. The cost to borrow is up just a a hair smidgen at 1.9%. CTB max is at 4.33. And let's take a look at the options. There's like a three-way tie, but $16 is the highest level of call options. That's higher, 50 cents higher than it was an hour and a half ago, which was 15.5. At 15.5 an hour and a half ago is 5.2 thousand contracts. It is now 6.6. On the put side, at a $14 strike price, an hour ago there was 4.9 thousand contracts. There's now 7.5. So options are kind of signaling for like maybe a $15 close, which is right about where we're at right now. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are not in the top 10. AMC is coming in 18th most heavily traded stock according to orders on Fidelity, with 73% bias to 27% sell ratio. GME is coming in at 23rd position with 77% bias to 23% sales. Trigger price for SSR is $13.96. Shares borrowed in the last hour, nothing. Fees are back up to 1%. 127.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 7.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. 39.8 thousand contracts are out of the money versus on the puts versus 37.8 that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.03%, Dow Jones is up 0.27%, and the S&P 500 is up 0.22%. We currently have 4,511 decliners to 3,078 advancers. The market is declining. The VIX is down 1.85%. IWM is down 0.61%. Tesla is up 0.4%. Amazon is down 1.81%. Cinemark is down 3.94%. Doge is up 0.79%. Bitcoin is up 3.17%. GME is up 0.38%. HYMC is down 7.53%. Hood is up 3.81%. And AMC is down 2.93%. Refreshing inflow versus outflow, we have $500,000 more in inflow. And 14.04 shares have been traded so far for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. Plus 251. We're on pace for about 21.8 million shares traded for the day today, which is within the limits of what I was suggesting, somewhere between 20 and 40 million shares traded in total for the day today. I would expect, with volume falling off as much as we're seeing right now, I would expect to probably see a little bit of a rise in volume towards the end portion of the day to kind of keep us inside that 20 million volume. On the weekly, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure, with what appears to be an imminent crossover. RSI is 38.73, which is below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.21, below average. More buying pressure than selling pressure on the hourly with RSI at 43.93. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.7, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.46. Let's see if we can get an idea for what kind of trend we're on here. It does look like maybe there's a little bit of an ascending parallel channel, but let's just check it out for sure. Indeed, it does look like we're on an ascending parallel channel. Do note that at $15.07 there is a level of resistance here. If we can't break $15.07 within the next 20 minutes, we may break out going down. And the next 20 minutes would be 1 o'clock p.m. or 2 o'clock Eastern. So again, there we go. What I was seeing is a little bit of consolidation in here and potentially a breakout of an ascending parallel channel heading down. We really want to continue to, if we want to continue to see this move upwards, it's going to have to happen throughout the day. Otherwise, at some point, this will break out of this channel heading back down in price. We have at least 3 solid touch points on the bottom, 2 solid touch points on the top. It does appear to be a daily ascending parallel channel. Brian says that's what's great about having a van. You can sleep anytime. I'm pooped. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm incredibly tired. Israel says your mom has my vote. I appreciate it. So Danny, here's my thought process as far as the whole mom thing goes on the board. Um, I don't. I know I'm biased. I know I'm biased in thinking that she could be on the board, which is why I'm kind of taking it to you guys as a straw poll, just to kind of feel out for how the community would feel about having her on the board. She came on a little bit to talk a little bit earlier today. I'll put a timestamp in later when the show gets done, so that if anybody wants to reference that, and they can. But this is just kind of a litmus test. You guys are the initial point of contact as an idea. So if you guys like it, we'll take it a step further, and we'll just keep on going step by step by step, and we'll just kind of see how far this goes. And if people want continuously within the community see her as a good viable option, and we'll just keep pushing forward until we hit those closed doors. Once the closed doors start happening, then we just back away from it. We'll see what happens. You need to go to Port Aransas and do some deep sea fishing. I'm heading there. We're gonna head that way. I don't, Captain. I don't see any kind of live meeting link, so I don't see anything listed. James, welcome back. How was the trip? Hope it was good. Thanks, Danny. I appreciate it. I don't know why the idea didn't come to me sooner. I wish it had. We're going to be scrambling for time a little bit here, moving forward, but we'll do what we need to do to continue to see if this is going to be a viable option for the community. I know I really want to see somebody on the board who has something to offer besides just being an ape. And I know that's definitely, my mom, I think, fits that position. I know she could fill that role. And I think she's a great listener. And I think that Nosa brought up Nosa had some of the hardest questions, and I think those are great. I really enjoyed, if you go back and you look at some of the questions Nosa was asking, like, for example, how do you separate, if you're going to be a representative of the ape community, how do you separate whose ideas you're going to be listening to? How do you decide whose ideas are the most important ones? Those are great questions. Because guess what? Our community is not completely all on the same page. Some people think some things are right. Some people think other things are right. If I were to just point out at Twitter, I could just tell you right now that there's a division of people that really kind of wanted to go towards the whole Mark Cahotis thing. Moving towards Mark Cahotis, and there's other people that did not agree with that. There's a lot of people with a lot of ideas in our community. How do you differentiate what everybody wants? And it's tough. It would not be an easy job, that's for sure. James says, was awesome, had a blast, and wedding came out perfect. Got my exit plan situated while out there. Glad you're still here for I'm glad I'm still here for us too. Fed Reserve YouTube page has a stream. Okay. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, by the way, guys, happy May the 4th be with you. I think I may have found the website. Well, I could have had this music playing in the background. It says 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which would be in 40 minutes. I'm going to silence the music on that page. I don't want to have to hear that the whole time. No offense. But at least I got the page. Thank you very much for leading me to that. I appreciate it. Who said that? Trent. Thank you very much, Trent. I found it. It's ready to go. I got it set up. We can listen to what it is that they have to say. Catman Awesome, I did. Al from Boston is back on YouTube. I guess he did his time. He got his time out, and now he's back. Oh man, I just found it on Reddit too. The FOMC press conference live at 2:30. I found that. If you guys want a link, just in case, let me give you a link in case you'd rather just watch out for yourself. I'm going to provide the link here for you guys for the Fed announcement. Good old boys says long day at work. His third video out talks MULN. You know, people are going to talk about what they want to talk about. Captain says, I'm off work for Cinco de Mayo, so I'll be doing some day drinking. Brian says, what is work? In case you should wear a sombrero and transform the big tramp into a taco van tomorrow. We could, maybe we could do something like that. I might have to, maybe I'll put a sombrero on the big tramp. I'm actually kind of looking at that right now. That would actually look pretty sweet. Yes, taco van. Tacos and margaritas. The big tramp always has tacos and margaritas. Well, at least margaritas. Tacos when I roll through the taco joints. You know, that's a great idea. I do have a guest tomorrow, guys, for Cinco de Mayo. And I guess what? The show's only going to be a very short day tomorrow. I'm going to do the 7 a.m. Poke Stick of Volume. When my guest shows up, I imagine my guest will probably be in and around 8 something in the morning. And I'll bring him on. We'll say hi, and then we'll say bye and wish you happy Cinco de Mayo. And I don't know, him and I might go out and celebrate Cinco de Mayo somewhere. Habib says, Casey, is anything going to happen with AMC or what? This is our final hope. If this goes by and nothing happens, then AMC is forever going down the toilet, and we passed other catalysts, nothing happened. Habib, there's no timeline. That's the whole reason behind 2 weeks. This is a savings account, sir. There is no, there's no rush here. There's not a rush. This is the most interesting conversation that I had with somebody not too long ago, Habib. If you're a day trader and you're trading into this stock as a day trader, I'm just going to let you know right now, you suck as a day trader. I'm legit, not kidding. You need to rethink things, especially if you're doing it for a living. You suck. So, but what I will say is this. Anytime you're long on a position, Habib, there is no rush. There's no time. There's no specific event that has to occur. There is no end until you decide it's an end. So, this is not, I want my money now. You're sorely mistaken. This is, I want my money and I'll get it when it comes. That's what this is. And it may take a while. But we own the float. We have the power. We are the house. James says it felt good to step away for 5 days. My alerts never went off. Didn't look one time at the price action. I'm sure you feel so much better. I can't even imagine how great you feel. By the power of Grayskull, I have the power. We have the power. That's correct, Brian. Man, I used to like He-Man a lot as a kid. I had a lot of the characters and stuff from the show and everything. It was probably when I was like in my mid to late 20s that somebody said He-Man was gay. and, and I was like, no, he's not. I was like defended He-Man. I was like, no, he's not. And then I had to go back. And then they challenged me like, go back and watch this stuff and don't tell me. And so I had to go back and rewatch it. And man, I'll tell you what, He-Man does not stand the test of time. It's cringy. It's really really cringy. You go back and you try to watch He-Man, and it's like, oh, oh, that's not how I remember it. It's really funny. I don't think I don't think there's any cartoon that's probably harder for me to go back and watch than that one. Habib says, Casey, sell your van and buy AMC. It will squeeze instantly. This van is too valuable to sell. Danny says, cold crusty loofah. He-Man. It's so true. It's so true, Danny. That is so true. He-Man's like cold crusty loofahs. Just doesn't come off the same way. It doesn't touch you right. Warren Buffett said you have to wait and stuff. uh, like waiting makes you lots of money, and money gives you chicks and stuff. At this point, can you imagine streaming without the van? Actually, myself, no. I really can't. I'm quite honestly I feel at home in this thing. I don't know what kind of seat really comes with this van when I buy it, but it's gonna have to be a damn comfy seat because let me tell you, I feel like I'm gonna be spending a lot of time inside of it. I've got a lot of traveling to do. Got a lot of traveling. I might have to rip the seats out and put different ones, different seats in. Some of the kind of seats you can just spend a lot of time sitting around in. Some good traveling seats. I hope I can. Glow Wrestling was the bomb back in the day. Derek says, I watched He-Man growing up. I have to agree, definitely a flamer. Not that there's anything. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't have a problem with it. It just never came off as being that way when we were kids, though. You know what I'm saying? Like it didn't. It just. It felt normal. It was just. There was nothing to it. Now you go back and you watch it, and you're just kind of like, I don't know. I'm gonna have a custom lazy boy seat. Good old boy says, when this squeezes, I'm traveling around the U.S. in a van, just like Casey's. Well, you know what? The funny thing is, good old boys, is you'll probably be able to pick one up much easier than I can. I think I'm gonna have to. You know what? You might have to ship one over for me, because I have a feeling that Volkswagen, when I head into their dealership, they're gonna be like, "Yeah, we don't sell those here." I'll be like, "Okay, you don't understand. I'm mail ordering." Volatility is definitely picking up. Let's pull up our Bollinger Bands here and see what that thing looks. I can only imagine what these volatility bands look like. Woo! Look at that volatility. Volatility is definitely increasing. Volume's increasing. Most of our candlesticks in candle columns of volume have picked up, and some of these were picking up into the 200 range, 200,000 share range. Kind of settled back down into that 80,000 share range here these last 2 minutes. FOMC statement is out. We haven't got the meeting. The meeting's still another 25 minutes away. Robin Hood's Gamer, tell us what it is. I'm going to let you say it. You know, there's nothing wrong with a guy running around that looks like a cat saying Thundercats ho. Because you know we were all thinking it. Half a point is reported. There it is, guys. Half a point. 50 basis points. That's what I would have voted for this morning. Majority of us voted for 50. I had heard through the grapevine that it was going to be 75, but we'll listen to them when they come on here on the, we'll listen to the Fed. Oh, they're doing, looks like they're doing a commercial right now. I kind of want to hear the commercial. Hold on 1 second.
Videos, classroom lessons, online education, publications, and more. These resources are all free for educators to use in their lesson plans, or as they see fit. Many of the Federal Reserve System's regional reserve banks, located in 12 districts across the nation, also offer in-person and online professional development that allows educators to deepen their knowledge and hone their craft when it comes to economics, personal finance, and more. Students, too, can take advantage of in-person opportunities by taking tours of exhibits in many of the 12 Federal Reserve banks around the country. Whether a student visits with their family or a school group, they get an in-depth look at how the Federal Reserve works to promote a healthy, sustainable U.S. economy. At the Board and Reserve banks, students also get hands-on opportunities like internships and participation on student boards, which introduce them to key economics concepts and potential careers in economics and finance. Consumers are empowered to make sound financial decisions through the availability of easy-to-understand resources that explain personal finance concepts, the broader economy, and the Federal Reserve's role in it. Federal Reserve Education is committed to equipping educators, educating students, and empowering consumers when it comes to understanding and participating in our evolving economy. For more information, visit federalreserveeducation.org to find links to resources.
Wait, I'm so confused.
Which introduce them to key economics concepts and potential careers in economics and finance.
Listen carefully.
Consumers are empowered to make sound financial decisions through the availability of easy-to-understand resources that explain personal finance concepts, the broader economy, and the Federal Reserve's role in it.
Oh, their role in it.
Is committed to equipping educators,
okay, I
got
it.
And empowering
Because I swore that they just said that they were rolling in it.
Our evolving economy. For more information, visit federalreserveeducation.org to find links to resources and reserve bank programs offered near you, and follow Federal Reserve Education on Twitter.
The Fed Reserve's rolling it.
FedEconEd.
They're rolling in it, guys. They're rolling in cash. The Fed Reserve, their role.
What is the Fed?
So what is the Fed?
What is the Fed?
Oh,
what is
please,
the Fed?
Please tell us.
The Federal Reserve, often referred to as the Fed, is the central bank of the United States.
Congress created the Fed in 1913 to help promote a safe and sound monetary and financial system for our nation.
The Fed includes the Board of Governors in Washington, D.C., which has 7 members, including the chairman and vice chairman.
All of the members of the board are appointed by the President of the United States and confirmed by the United States Senate.
The Fed also includes 12 regional Federal Reserve banks located in cities throughout the country.
The reserve banks serve as the central bank's operating arms and also gather economic information from all over the country
to help the Fed both monitor the economy and get the broad input necessary
to develop and implement effective U.S. monetary policy.
Today, the Fed performs a number of important functions, all with the ultimate goal of promoting a healthy U.S. economy.
One of
They
the
roll
Fed's
in it.
most recognizable functions is conducting U.S. monetary policy,
which involves influencing interest rates and the availability of money and credit in our economy.
Congress has tasked the Fed with implementing monetary policies that promote maximum employment and stable prices.
High levels of employment provide people with more economic opportunities, and stable prices promote growth
by making it easier for households and businesses to plan for the future.
Monetary policy decisions at the Fed are made by the Federal Open Market Committee,
which includes all 7 members of the Board of Governors and presidents from the reserve banks.
This committee meets regularly to assess the conditions and outlook for the economy.
In addition to conducting monetary policy, the Federal Reserve also helps to supervise and regulate the nation's banks and works to promote a stable financial system for consumers, communities, and businesses.
The Fed also works
sure
with
they do.
communities, nonprofit organizations, and others across the nation to address housing problems, promote equal access to credit, and advance economic and community development.
The Fed also promotes stability in the financial system, because instability in the financial system can pose a severe threat to the broader economy and communities across the nation.
Yeah,
The Fed
tell me
also
about it.
acts as a bank to other banks by clearing checks, making electronic payments, and providing the currency that Americans need and use every day.
Our nation's economy and financial system face constant challenges.
The Fed is working every day to address those challenges and is committed to helping foster good economic conditions and outcomes. Employment opportunities, stable prices, and financial stability that benefit all Americans.
And we are also the Fed.
To learn more about the Federal Reserve, you'll find a wide range of resources on the Board of Governors website at federalreserve.gov.
These are cool little, I don't know what to call them, brainwashing sessions. Oh, wait, sorry. As I pull up my logo there. Brainwashing sessions. I feel like we're getting brainwashed. Yeah, they're infomercials. Sure, man, we sure are walking up to the very top of this ascending parallel channel, down to the bottom of the ascending parallel channel, bouncing off both sides of that thing. Holy Toledo. Holy smokes, Batman. Brian says, I love brainwashing. I'm sorry. That makes me laugh a little. It's a kinder, gentler room 101. Oh, man. I swear for a second there, I thought they had said the Fed reserves rolls in it. I was just like, wait a minute, did they just say that they roll in it? I was so confused. I didn't understand. Maybe my brain just wants to hear me or hear it say something that it didn't actually say. I just took it wrong. Different kind of roll. Right, they're rolling in cash. They're rolling the cash in. Really. Well, we got about, we could have had the rug pull. It was about the time when you guys started saying that the rates were in. The announcement was in is when we started really becoming more active or more volatile and price movement, but it's almost as if it's still waiting for something. Yes, the FTD report was released and given yesterday. At least that's what, according to Vortex said that they did. Oh, Brian, you're making me want to play a song. Can't they fix the potholes in the roads? Oh man, you're making me want to play a song so bad. 21 Pilots. You're gonna get me going. Don't do it. Don't do it, Brian. Let's go ahead and take a look at our numbers. Brian's, I'll play it. The name of the song is "Tear My Heart" by 21 Pilots. Let's get it going in the background, and while I update the numbers.
Sometimes you gotta bleed to know that you're alive and have a soul.
All right, having it playing in the background, we'll go ahead and cover the numbers. An hour ago in the off exchange, actually less than an hour ago, probably more like 30 minutes ago because I was kind of late to get into reporting earlier, but off exchange was 46.2 and CBOE EDGX was 14.51. Refreshing, we now have 46.94 and 14.36. Here comes the potholes, cursing my government. Here it comes. Wait for the lyrics. Oh, wait, you guys can't hear it. Son of a gun.
Here I sit, cursing my government for not using my taxes to fill holes with more cement. You fell asleep in my car, I drove the whole time, but that's okay, I'll just avoid the holes so you sleep fine. I'm driving, here I sit, cursing my government for not using my taxes to fill holes with more cement. Sometimes you gotta bleed to know, that you're alive and have a soul, but it takes someone to come around to show you how. She's the tear in my heart, I'm alive, she's the tear in my heart, I'm on fire, she's the tear in my heart, take me higher than I've ever been. My heart is my armor, she's a tear in my heart, she's a carver, she's a butcher with a smile, cut me farther than I've ever been, than I've ever been, than I've ever been, oh, than I've ever been. My heart is my armor, she's the tear in my heart, she's a carver, she's a butcher with a smile, cut me farther than I've ever been.
Such a good group. Anyways, back to the numbers. I didn't realize you guys couldn't hear when I was on the other page. Uh-oh. Where'd all my stuff go? Weird. Very, very odd. What is going on here? Let me just try and figure out what's going on, why this is not working. Where's options page? It's kind of odd. For some reason, I still can't even get the institutional ownership back up there. We'll just leave it off to the side for now. I'll fix it later. Let's see, we left off at Vortex data. An hour ago, it was roughly an hour ago, it was like 2.24 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 2.32 million. That's going to have an increasing effect on the estimated current short share interest of the free float at 19.11%. Cost to borrow is a little bit down from an hour ago at 1.89. Taking a look at the options data here. At a $16 strike price for calls, it is no longer the highest amount of volume. It was 6.6 thousand contracts an hour ago at 16. It has now moved back down to $15 with the highest amount of volume at 7.6 thousand contracts. On the puts, at a $14 strike price, it's gone from 7.5 thousand contracts to 8.2. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are not on the top 10 due to low volume. However, AMC is still in 18th position with 72% buys to 28% sell ratio. GME has moved up to 22nd position, which is up the list. They have 75% buys to 25% sell ratio. Looking very strong there. Trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day is $13.96. Shares borrowed in the last hour, 0 zilch none. Total amount of shares borrowed for the day-to-day is 2 million shares. It was 4.95 yesterday. 127.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 7.4 that are in the money. 39.8 thousand contracts are out of the money versus 37.8 that are in the money for puts. Who you calling puts? The Nasdaq is down 0.53%. Dow Jones is up 0.21, and the S&P 500 is down 0.02. We currently have a declining market with 4,687 decliners to 2,936 advancers. The VIX is down 2.5. IWM is down 0.081, 0.81 I should say rather. Tesla is down 0.58. Amazon is down 2.58, Cinemark is down 4.59, Doge is up 0.75, Bitcoin is up 2.81, GME is down 0.91, HYMC is down 6.87, Hood is up 1.58, and AMC is down 2.38%. Refreshing inflow versus outflow, we currently have $2 million more in outflow than inflow, roughly. I'm rounding. Market cap is at not market cap. Volume is at 16.48 million shares having been traded so far for the day today. We have approximately 120 minutes, close to 120 minutes left in the day today. Based on these calculations here, we should trade somewhere close to around 23.4 million shares for the day today, which is right in that 20 to 40 million range that I had suggested. On the weekly interval, we have more buying pressure and selling pressure on the Vortex indicator, and RSI is at 38.78, which is below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.46. On the hour, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.94. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.35. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.33, which is basically average. We are still trading at the bottom side of this ascending parallel channel, which is a bearish indicator, meaning that when it breaks out, it should break out going down. You can see that volatility got very large volatility here within the last, let's go with 20 minutes. In the last 20 minutes, there's large amounts of volatility, and then it's starting to pinch off again. It is easier to drop price when volatility is lower and volume is lower. So you can only imagine which direction this is going to break out. Let me pull Powell up if Powell's talking. I don't see him talking yet. I will put him up on here when he comes on in 5 minutes. I will have him up on the channel. I remember Gem myself. I totally remember Gem. That's how I knew all my favorite cartoons were over. Word bingo for Powell's speech. Oh my gosh. Transitory should be like a double shot. TT's saying after hours close to 16. That would be interesting. Next level of support, Dan, if we do break downwards, would probably be somewhere in that range of $14.64. We'll get the nice, soft, comfy music in here. The all-inspiring Fed music. So relaxing. You know, it's funny you should mention that, Habib. I don't know if you've done like the yearly look on AMC. I think this is really funny. Check this out. Let me see. I think I can find it here. Just make sure this has it. Yeah, this has it. Does it show it on here? This doesn't show it the way I want to. Let me see if I can find the right website here. Hold on a second. I'll bring this up here as soon as Pal's done talking. Here comes Powell.
Good afternoon. It's nice to see everyone in person for the first time in a couple of years. Before I go into the details of today's meeting, I'd like to take this opportunity to speak directly to the American people. Inflation is much too high, and we understand the hardship it is causing, and we're moving expeditiously to bring it back down. We have both the tools we need and the resolve that it will take to restore price stability on behalf of American families and businesses. The economy and the country have been through a lot over the past 2 years and have proved resilient. It is essential that we bring inflation down if we are to have a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all. From the standpoint of our congressional mandate to promote maximum employment and price stability, the current picture is plain to see. The labor market is extremely tight and inflation is much too high. Against this backdrop, today the FOMC raised its policy interest rate by a half percentage point and anticipates that ongoing increases in the target rate for the federal funds rate will be appropriate. In addition, we are beginning the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet. I'll have more to say about today's monetary policy actions after briefly reviewing economic developments. After expanding at a robust 5.5% pace last year, overall economic activity edged down in the first quarter. Underlying momentum remains strong, however, as the decline largely reflected swings in inventories and net exports, two volatile categories whose movements last quarter likely carry little signal for future growth. Indeed, household spending and business fixed investment continued to expand briskly. The labor market has continued to strengthen and is extremely tight. Over the first 3 months of the year, employment rose by nearly 1.7 million jobs. In March, the unemployment rate hit a post-pandemic and near 5-decade low of 3.6%. Improvements in labor market conditions have been widespread, including for workers at the lower end of the wage distribution, as well as for African Americans and Hispanics. Labor demand is very strong, and while labor force participation has increased somewhat, labor supply remains subdued. Employers are having difficulties filling job openings, and wages are rising at the fastest pace in many years. Inflation remains well above our longer-run goal of 2%. Over the 12 months ending in March, total PCE prices rose 6.6%. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 5.2%. Aggregate demand is strong, and bottlenecks and supply constraints are limiting how quickly production can respond. Disruptions to supply have been larger and longer lasting than anticipated, and price pressures have spread to a broader range of goods and services. The surge in prices of crude oil and other commodities that resulted from Russia's invasion of Ukraine is creating additional upward pressure on inflation. And COVID-related lockdowns in China are likely to further exacerbate supply chain disruptions as well. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is causing tremendous loss and hardship, and our thoughts and sympathies are with the people of Ukraine. Our job is to consider the implications for the U.S. economy, which remain highly uncertain. In addition to the effects on inflation, the invasion and related events are likely to restrain economic activity abroad and further disrupt supply chains, creating spillovers to the U.S. economy through trade and other channels. The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We are highly attentive to the risks that high inflation poses to both sides of our mandate, and we're strongly committed to restoring price stability. Against the backdrop of the rapidly evolving economic environment, our policy has been adapting, and it will continue to do so. At today's meeting, the committee raised the target range for the federal funds rate by a half percentage point and stated that it anticipates that ongoing increases in the target range will be appropriate. We also decided to begin the process of reducing the size of our balance sheet, which will play an important role in firming the stance of monetary policy. We are on a path to move our policy rate expeditiously to more normal levels, assuming that economic and financial conditions evolve in line with expectations. There is a broad sense on the committee that additional 50 basis point increases should be on the table at the next couple of meetings. We'll make our decisions meeting by meeting as we learn from incoming data and the evolving outlook for the economy. And we will continue to communicate our thinking as clearly as possible. Our overarching focus is using our tools to bring inflation back down to our 2% goal. With regard to our balance sheet, we also issued our specific plans for reducing our securities holdings. Consistent with the principles we issued in January, we intend to significantly reduce the size of our balance sheet over time in a predictable manner by allowing the principal payments from our securities holdings to roll off the balance sheet, up to monthly cap amounts. For Treasury securities, the cap will be $30 billion per month for 3 months and will then increase to $60 billion per month. The decline in holdings of Treasury securities under this monthly cap will include Treasury coupon securities, and to the extent that coupon securities are less than the monthly cap, Treasury bills. For agency mortgage-backed securities, the cap will be $17.5 billion per month for 3 months and will then increase to $35 billion per month. At the current level of mortgage rates, the actual pace of agency MBS runoff would likely be less than this monthly cap amount. Our balance sheet decisions are guided by our maximum employment and price stability goals, and in that regard, we'll be prepared to adjust any of the details of our approach in light of economic and financial developments. Making appropriate monetary policy in this uncertain environment requires a recognition that the economy often evolves in unexpected ways. Inflation has obviously surprised to the upside over the past year, and further surprises could be in store. We therefore will need to be nimble in responding to incoming data and the evolving outlook. And we will strive to avoid adding uncertainty to what is already an extraordinarily challenging and uncertain time.
Danny, you laughing at me?
We are highly attentive to inflation risks. The committee is determined to take the measures necessary to restore price stability. The American economy is very strong and well positioned to handle tighter monetary policy.
I'm just going to sit here with my
To
chin.
conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Oh, I bet you do.
Nick Chamarosa, The Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, the unemployment rate at 3.6% in March is now essentially at the level that the committee had expected would prevail over the next 3 years. and at the bottom end of FOMC participants' projections for the longer run rate that you submitted in the projections at the last meeting. How has your outlook for further declines in the unemployment rate changed since March? What does this imply for your inflation forecast? And how has your level of confidence changed with regard to the feasibility of slowing hiring without pushing the economy into recession? Thanks.
Thank you. So you're right, 3.6% unemployment is just about as low as it's been in 50 years. And I would say that I expect, and committee members generally expect, that we'll get some additional participation. So people will be coming back into the labor force. We've seen that, particularly among prime age people. And that will, of course, tend to hold the unemployment rate up a little bit. I would also expect, though, that job creation will slow. Job creation has been at more than 500,000 per month in recent months, very, very strong, particularly for this stage of the economy. And so we think with fiscal policy less supportive, with monetary policy less supportive, we think that job creation will slow as well. So it is certainly possible that the unemployment would go down further. So I would expect those to be relatively limited because of the additional supply and also just the slowing in job creation. Implications for inflation, really the wages matter a fair amount for companies, particularly in the service sector. Wages are running high, the highest they've run in quite some time. And they are one good example of, or good illustration, really, of how tight the labor market really is, the fact that wages are running at the highest level in many decades. And that's because of an imbalance between supply and demand in the labor market. So we think through our policies, through further healing in the labor market, higher rates, for example, of vacancy filling and things like that, and more people coming back in, we like to think that supply and demand will come back into balance and that therefore wage inflation will moderate to still high levels of wage increases, but ones that are more consistent with 2% inflation. That's our expectation. Your third question was?
Your level of confidence that you can slow hiring without pushing the economy into a downturn.
So I guess I would say it this way. There's a path. There's a path by which we would be able to have demand moderate in the labor market and therefore have vacancies come down without unemployment going up, because vacancies are at such an extraordinarily high level. They're 1.9 vacancies for every unemployed person, 11.5 million vacancies, 6 million unemployed people. So, and we haven't been in that place on the vacancy, sort of the vacancy unemployed curve, the Beveridge curve. We haven't been at that sort of level of a ratio in the modern era. So in principle, it seems as though by moderating demand, we could see vacancies come down, and as a result, and they could come down fairly significantly, and I think
demand
put supply and demand at least closer together than they are, and that would give us a chance to have get inflation down, get wages down, and then get inflation down without having to slow the economy and have a recession and have unemployment rise materially. So there's a path to that. Now, I would say I think we have a good chance to have a soft or softish landing or outcome, if you will, and I'll give you a couple of reasons for that. One is households and businesses are in very strong financial shape. You're looking at excess savings on balance sheets, excess in the sense that they're substantially larger than the prior trend. Businesses are in good financial shape. The labor market is, as I mentioned, very, very strong. And so it doesn't seem to be anywhere close to a downturn. Therefore, the economy is strong and is well positioned to handle tighter monetary policy. So, but I'll say, I do expect that this will be very challenging. It's not going to be easy. And it may well depend, of course, on events that are not under our control. But our job is to use our tools to try to achieve that outcome, and that's what we're going to do.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Thanks for taking my question, Mr. Chairman. You talked about using 50 basis point rate hikes or the possibility of them in coming meetings. Might there be something larger than 50? Is 75 or a percentage point possible? And perhaps you could walk us through your calibration. Why 1 month one meeting should we expect at 50? Why something bigger? Why something smaller? What is the reasoning for the level of the amount of tightening? Thank you.
Sure. So 75 basis point in an increase is not something the committee is actively considering. What we are doing is we raised 50 basis points today, and we've said that, again, assuming that economic and financial conditions evolve in ways that are consistent with our expectations, there's a broad sense on the committee that additional 50 basis point increases should be on the table for the next couple of meetings. So we're going to make those decisions at the meetings, of course, and we'll be paying close attention to the incoming data and the evolving outlook, as well as to financial conditions. And finally, of course, we will be communicating to the public about what our expectations will be as they evolve. So the test is really just, as I laid it out, economic and financial conditions evolving broadly in line with expectations. And, you know, I think expectations are that we'll start to see inflation, you know, flattening out and not necessarily declining yet, but we'll see more evidence. We've seen some evidence that core PCE inflation is perhaps either reaching a peak or flattening out. We'll want to know more than just some evidence. We'll want to really feel like we're making some progress there. But I mean, we're going to make these decisions, and there'll be a lot more information. I just think we want to see that information as we get there. It's a very difficult environment to try to give forward guidance 60, 90 days in advance. There are just so many things that can happen in the economy and around the world. So, you know, we're leaving ourselves room to look at the data and make a decision as we get there.
I'm sorry, but if inflation is lower 1 month and the unemployment rate higher, would that be something that we would calibrate towards a lower increase in the funds rate, or
I don't think 1 month is not no 1 month's reading doesn't tell us much. You know, we'd want to see evidence that inflation is moving in a direction that gives us more comfort. As I said, we've got 2 months now where core inflation is a little lower, but we're not looking at that as a reason to take some comfort. You know, I think we need to really see that our expectation is being fulfilled, that inflation, in fact, is under control and starting to come down. But again, it's not like we would stop. We would just go back to 25 basis point increases. It'll be a judgment call when these meetings arrive. But our expectation is, if we see what we expect to see, then we would have 50 basis point increases on the table at the next 2 meetings.
Thanks. Let's go to Colby.
Thank you. Colby Smith from the Financial Times. Given the expectation that inflation will remain well above the Fed's target at year end, what constitutes a neutral policy setting in terms of the Fed funds rate? And to what extent is it appropriate for policy to move beyond that level at some point this year?
So, neutral. When we talk about the neutral rate, we're really talking about the rate that neither pushes economic activity higher nor slows it down. So it's a concept, really. It's not something we can identify with any precision. So we estimate it within broad bands of uncertainty. And the current estimates on the committee are sort of 2 to 3%. And also, that's a longer run estimate. That's an estimate for an economy that's at full employment and 2% inflation. So really what we're doing is we're raising rates expeditiously to what we see as the broad range of plausible levels of neutral. But we know that there's not a bright line drawn on the road that tells us when we get there. So we're going to be looking at financial conditions, right? Our policy affects financial conditions, and financial conditions affect the economy. So we're going to be looking at the effect of our policy moves on financial conditions. Are they tightening appropriately? And then we're going to be looking at the effects on the economy. And we're going to be making a judgment about whether we've done enough to get us on a path to restore price stability. It's that. So if that path happens to evolve levels that are higher than estimates of neutral, then we will not hesitate to go to those levels. We won't. But again, there's a sort of false precision in the discussion that we as policymakers don't really feel. You know, you're going to raise rates, and you're going to be kind of inquiring how that is affecting the economy through financial conditions. And of course, if higher rates are required, then we won't hesitate to deliver them.
Thanks, Chappelle. Neil Irwin with Axios. Do you see evidence that inflationary psychology is changing, that in areas like workers' wage demands, businesses' willingness to raise prices, do you see evidence that there is a psychological shift going on inflation? Thanks.
So we don't really see strong evidence of that yet, but that does not in any way make us comfortable. I think if you look at short-term inflation expectations, they're quite elevated. And you can look at that and say, well, that's because people expect inflation to come down. And in fact, inflation expectations come down fairly sharply. Longer-term inflation expectations have been reasonably stable, but have moved up but only to levels where they were in 2014.
Not at all, Maggie.
By some measures. So you can look at that, and I think that's a fair description of the picture. But it's really about the risks. We don't see a wage price spiral. We see that companies have the ability to raise prices, and they're doing that, but there have been price shocks. So I just think it takes you back to the basic point was that we know we need to expeditiously move our policy rate up to ranges of more normal, neutral levels, and we need to look around and keep going if we don't see that financial conditions have tightened adequately or that the economy is behaving in ways that suggest that we're not where we need to be. So you don't see those things yet, but I would say there's no basis for feeling comfortable about that. It's a risk that we simply can't run that risk. We can't allow a wage price spiral to happen, and we can't allow inflation expectations to become unanchored. It's just something that we can't allow to happen, and so we'll look at it that way.
Gina. Great. Thanks, Chair Powell. Gina Smilik with the New York Times. You mentioned in the statement both the upside risks to inflation from Russia and China. Obviously, those are very much supply shocks rather than demand side. And I wonder what you meant to convey by adding them. I wonder what you meant to convey by adding those.
Well, so our tools don't really work on supply shocks. Our tools work on demand. And to the extent we can't affect really oil prices or other commodity prices or food prices and things like that. So we can't affect those. But there's a job to do on demand. And that you can see that in the labor market where demand is substantially in excess of supply of workers. And you can see it in the product markets as well. But I guess I'm just pointing out that a couple of things. For both the situation in Ukraine and the situation in China, they're likely to both add to headline inflation, and people are going to be suffering from that. You know, people almost suffer more from food and energy shocks but even though they don't actually tell us much about the future path. So, but the second thing is that they're both capable of preventing further progress in supply chains healing, and so, or even making supply chains temporarily worse. So they're going to weigh on the process of global supply chain healing, which is going to affect broader inflation too. So in a way, they're two further negative shocks that have hit really in the last, 60 days, 90 days.
Victoria.
Hi, Victoria Guida from Politico. I want to follow up on that because you all have obviously highlighted that there are both supply and demand issues at play in inflation. And I'm just wondering, if these supply chain issues continue because of Russia, because of China, or just because these things take a while to work out, does getting back down to your 2% mandate require that these supply chain issues get resolved, since you can only handle the demand side, as you said, or will you have to crimp demand maybe even further if the supply chain issues don't resolve themselves in order to try and get inflation back down to where you want it to be?
So, I'll just say for now, we're focused on doing the job we need to do on demand.
I think that was a good question.
There's plenty to be done there. Again, if you look at it, it's essentially almost 2-to-1 job vacancies to unemployed people. There's a lot of excess demand there. More than 5 million more employed plus job openings than there are the size of the labor force. So there's an imbalance there that we have to do our work on. It's a very difficult situation if you can't, you would look at core inflation, which wouldn't include the commodity price shocks, and that's one of the reasons we would tend to focus on that, because we can have more of an effect on that. But it would be a very difficult situation. I mean, we have to be sure that inflation expectations remain anchored. And, I mean, that's part of our job, too. So we'd be watching that carefully. And it puts any central bank in a very difficult situation.
Howard Schneider with Reuters, and thanks, and nice to be back. Two questions, one quick one. You cited the 1.9 to 1 figure so often now. I got to ask you, what would be a good figure there? What would you like to see that come down to think that you're at sort of a non-inflationary vacancy to unemployed rate? And secondly, on healthcare inflation, how much are you counting on wealth effects through stock market?
I saw it on a TV show.
Equity markets broadly down quite a bit since late fall, first of the year. How are you mapping that into household consumption? Have they come down enough? Do you need another leg down in equity values to think that households are going to stop spending at the rate you need them to stop spending?
Okay, so in terms of the vacancies to unemployment ratio, we don't have a goal in mind. There's no specific number that we're saying we got to get to that. It's really you've got to get to a place where the labor market appears to be more in balance. And that depends not only on the level of those things, it depends on how well the matching function in the labor markets are working, because the longer these expansions go on, you can get very efficient with all of that, and the beverage curve shifts out, and that also tends to help. So there isn't a specific number. I will say we were at, I think when we got to 1-to-1 in the late teens, we thought that was a pretty good number. But again, we're not shooting for any particular number. What we'd like to see is progress, but we're not really looking at that. That's an intermediate variable. We're looking at wages, and we're looking at ultimately inflation. So there are a bunch of channels through which policy works. You can think of it as interest-sensitive spending, and then you can think of another big one as asset values broadly. And there are big models with a lot of different channels that are related to that. We don't focus on any one market, the equity market or the housing market, or we focus on financial conditions broadly. So we wouldn't be targeting any one market, as you suggest, for going up or down, or taking a view on whether it's at a good level or a bad level. We just would be looking at very broad measures of financial conditions, all the different financial conditions indexes, for example, which include equity, but they also include debt and many other things, credit spreads, things like that too.
Rachel.
Hi, Chair Powell. Rachel Siegel here from the Washington Post. To follow up from your message from the very beginning, what is your message to the American people about when they will start to feel the effects of, say, a 50 basis point rate hikes or multiple hikes? How do you explain to them what that does to their grocery bill or their rent or their gas bill? Thank you.
So, the first thing to say is that we understand, and some of us are old enough to have lived through high inflation.
We understand.
And many aren't, but it's very
We've
unpleasant.
been there.
It's just something people don't, when they experience it for the first time. You're paying more for the same thing. If you're a normal economic person, then you're
pay your dues.
Probably don't have that much
We've
extra,
all been through it before.
To spend, and it's immediately hitting your spending on groceries, on gasoline, on energy, and things like that. So we understand the pain involved. So how do you get out of that? And it's our job to make sure that inflation of that unpleasant high nature doesn't get entrenched in the economy. That's what we're here for. One of the main things we're here for. Perhaps the most fundamental thing we're here for. And the way we do that is we try to get supply and demand back in sync with each other, back in balance, so that the economy is under less stress and inflation will go down. Now, the process of getting there involves higher rates. So higher mortgage rates, higher borrowing rates, and things like that. So it's not going to be pleasant either. But in the end, everyone is better off. Everyone, particularly people on fixed incomes and at the lower part of the income distribution, are better off with stable prices. And so we need to do everything we can to restore stable prices. We'll do it as quickly and effectively as we can. We think we have a good chance to do it without significant increase in unemployment or really sharp slowdown. But ultimately, we think about the medium and longer term, and everyone will be better off if we can get this job done. The sooner the better.
Thank Thank you, Chair Powell. Edward Lawrence with the Fox Business Network. So you've talked in the past about consumer spending and how that's drives the economy. Are you concerned with this high level of inflation that the consumer will stop spending, pushing us into, and what's the level of your concern, pushing us into a recession?
So the economy is doing fairly well. We expect growth to be solid this year, and we see household spending and business investment as fairly strong, even in the first quarter, which was relatively slow on some other fronts. So, and the labor market. If you look at the labor market, for people who are out of work and looking, there are lots of job opportunities. For wages are moving up at rates that haven't been seen in quite a long time. So it's a good time to be a worker looking to either change jobs or get a wage increase in your current job. So it's a strong economy, and nothing about it suggests that it's close to or vulnerable to a recession. Now, of course, given events around the world and fading fiscal policy.
He's literally, I'm sorry guys, but I gotta stop this for a second. He's literally taken both sides of this and said the economy is strong, everything is really great, it's beautiful, everything's the way it needs to be, and then on the other side he sat there and said it's gonna really suck. But in the end run, it's going to be better for us. We've all been there before. And it's like he can't choose which side of this point he's going to take with our economy as to whether or not it's going to be a good thing on the economy, a bad thing on the economy. It's like he wants to just say both things depending on whatever the question is. This is so frustrating. Okay, I'll keep listening.
The effects and higher rates, you could see some slower economic activity. Certainly it will not be. Last year was an extraordinarily strong growth year as we recovered from the pandemic. As I mentioned, growth over 5%. But most forecasters have growth this year at a solid pace, above 2%.
But we've talked with economists who have advised Democrats and Republican presidents who both said that the Fed is so far behind the curve on inflation that a recession is inevitable.
Yeah, we don't talk about that.
As I said, I think we have a good chance to.
He just said the economy's strong. Hold on. Oh, wait, hold on here. There's going to be a good chance we might have a recession, but the economy is strong. I'm telling you, you need to just trust me. The economy is strong. We might have a recession. Here it comes. Wait for it.
Restore price stability without a recession, without a severe downturn, and without materially higher unemployment. And I mentioned the reasons for that. So I see a strong economy now. I see a very strong labor market, for example. Businesses can't find the people to hire. They can't find them. So typically in a recession, you would have unemployment. Now you have surplus demand. So there should be room, in principle, to reduce that surplus demand without putting people out of work. The issue will come that we don't have precision surgical tools. We have essentially interest rates, the balance sheet, and forward guidance, and they're famously blunt tools. They're not capable of surgical precision. So I would agree. No one thinks this will be easy. No one thinks it's straightforward.
This can be hard.
But there's certainly a plausible path to this.
But our economy's doing good.
We've got a good chance to do that, and our job is not to rate the chances. It is to try to achieve it. So that's what we're doing.
We don't talk about what could happen,
though, and that's only appropriate.
Oh man.
Thanks, Steve Dorsey, CBS. You mentioned earlier just now fading fiscal policy. Do you feel that the Fed has been supported enough from policies at the White House and in Congress in combating inflation?
Oh yeah, talk bad about your boss.
It's really the Fed that has responsibility for price stability, and we take whatever arrives at the Fed in terms of fiscal activity. We take it as a given, and we don't evaluate it. We don't. It's not our job, really. We don't have an oversight function there, and we look at it as our job given all the factors that are happening, to try to sustain maximum employment and price stability. So,
I want to ask you guys a question. I want you to sit back for a second. Imagine that you're on a jury, and you're on two different juries, right? The first jury, you're sitting there, and another man beat another man to death with a blunt hammer repeatedly over and over and over. Not a very precise tool, and took many blows to kill the other man. Meanwhile, in jury number 2, you're sitting there, and somebody used a precision tool like a gun and shot the person dead. which person is guilty of not taking action? Which one's more guilty of letting things happen the way that they happened more? Which one was just defending themselves? Which one was there was intent to kill? the blunt hammer or the precision tool? I'm just curious. Have they let it get to this point to where they have to bludgeon it with a hammer? Very unprecise tool.
If the Congress or the administration has ways to help with inflation, I would encourage that, but I'm not going to get into making recommendations or anything like that. It's really not our role. We need to stay in our lane and do our job. When we get inflation back under control, then maybe I can, give other people advice. Right now, we need to focus on doing our job, and I'll stick to that, stick in our lane.
Steve Matthews.
Steve Matthews with Bloomberg News. A number of your colleagues have said that rates will need to go above neutral into a restrictive territory to bring down inflation. One, do you agree with that? And two, you recently spoke in great praise of Paul Volcker, who had the courage to bring inflation down with recessions in the 1980s.
You just called him out.
It's certainly not your desire, and the soft landing is the big hope of everyone. Would this FOMC have the courage to endure recessions to bring inflation down if that were the only way necessary?
Wait. Got to go back again. Hold on. This guy back here, he's seen a couple recessions. Look how happy this guy is back here. Yeah, he's seen a couple recessions.
Who had the courage to bring inflation down with recessions in the 1980s. And while it's certainly not your desire, and the soft landing
He's upset. You can tell.
is the big hope of everyone, would this FOMC have the courage to endure recessions to bring inflation down if that were the only way necessary?
So I think it's certainly possible that we'll need to move policy to levels that we see as restrictive as opposed to just neutral. We can't know that today. That decision's not in front of us today. If we do conclude that we need to do that, then we won't hesitate to do it. I'll say again, there's no bright line, that you're stepping over. You're really looking at what our policy stance is and what the market is forecasting for it. You're looking at financial conditions and how that's affecting the economy and making a judgment. We won't be arguing about whose model of the neutral rate is better than the other one. It's much more about a practical application of our policy tools. And we're absolutely prepared to do that. Wouldn't hesitate if that's what is taken. So I am, of course, who isn't an admirer of Paul Volcker? I shouldn't be singled out in this respect, but I knew him just a little bit and have tremendous admiration for him. And I would phrase it this way. He had the courage to do what he thought was the right thing. That's what it was. It wasn't a particular thing. It was that he always did what he thought was the right thing. If you read his last autobiography, that really comes through. So that's the test. It isn't will we do one particular thing. I would say we see restoring price stability as absolutely essential for the country in coming years. Without price stability, the economy doesn't work for anybody, really. And so it's really essential, particularly for the labor market. If you think about it, if you look at the last cycle, we had a very, very longest expansion cycle in our recorded history. And in the last 2-3 years, you had the benefits of this tight labor market going to people in the lower quartiles, and it was, racial wealth and income, not wealth, but income gaps were coming down, wage gaps. So it's a really great thing. We'd all love to get back to that place, but to get back to anything like that place, you need price stability. So we've been hit by historically large inflationary shocks since the pandemic. This isn't anything like regular
back,
business.
guys.
This is
I'm
we
gonna
have
dra-
the
I'm gonna
pandemic.
drab.
We have
I'm
the
gonna
highest unemployment.
grab a drink for the day.
Since the Depression. Then we have this outsized response from fiscal policy and monetary policy. Then we have inflation. Then we have a war in Ukraine, which is cutting the commodity, patch in half. And now we have these shutdowns in China. So it's been a series of inflationary shocks that are really different from anything people have seen in 40 years. So we have to look through that and look at the economy that's coming out the other side, and we need to somehow find price stability out of this. And it's obviously going to be very challenging, I think, because you do have numerous supply shocks, which are famously difficult to deal with. So I guess that's how I think about it.
Hey, Chris.
Thank you. Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. Earlier, you just said that if necessary, I think were the words, that you would, or if it turned out to be necessary, or you said it's possible that we'll need to move policy to restrictive levels. Given where inflation is and the hot economy is, or certainly the hot labor market as you described it, why still the hesitation? I mean, shouldn't it be, what else do you need to see in order to determine that? Wouldn't the Fed naturally be looking to go to a restrictive level at this point? Thank you.
So if I said necessary, I meant to say appropriate. We're not going to be erecting a high barrier for this. It's more if we think it's appropriate. The point is we're a very long way from neutral now. We're moving there expeditiously, and we'll continue to do so. And we can't make that decision really today. The decision about how high to go will be on the table to be made when we reach neutral. And I expect we'll get there expeditiously, as I've mentioned. So it's not that we don't want to making that decision today wouldn't really mean anything. But I'll say again, if we do believe that it's appropriate to go to those levels, we won't hesitate.
Mike McKee from Bloomberg Television and Radio. The balance sheet, why did you decide to wait until June 1st to begin letting securities roll off and not immediately start in the middle of this month, say? And do you have a newer or a better estimate for the monetary policy impact of letting the balance sheet decline? And then finally, I'm just curious why you felt the need to address the American people at the top of your remarks. Are you concerned about Fed credibility with the American people?
So why June 1? It was just pick a date, and that happened to be the date that we picked. It was nothing magic about it. It's not going to have any macroeconomic significance over time. We just picked that. Sometimes we publish these calendars on the first day of the month, and that's what we're doing. I wouldn't read anything into it. In terms of the effect, I would just stress how uncertain the effect is of shrinking the balance sheet. We run these models, and everyone does in this field, and make estimates of what will be how do you measure, a certain quantum of balance sheet shrinkage compared to quantitative easing. And these are very uncertain. I really can't be any clearer. There won't be any clearer. People estimate that broadly on the path we're on, and this will be taken probably too seriously, but sort of 1/4%, one rate increase over the course of a year at this pace. But I would just say with very wide uncertainty bands, very wide. We don't really know. There are other estimates that are much smaller than that, by the way, and some of you may have read about that. That's kind of a mainstream estimate. We know that it is part of.
I'm gonna make a toast here, guys, real quick here. Significant shrinkage. I caught that too, BC3. I wasn't sure, and I didn't want to say anything, but significant shrinkage. I want to toast real quick. It is Power Hour. Normally we do our toast during that period of time, and what I'm going to toast to is to a very strong economy that we beat with blunt force tools into submission. Cheers. That was a very bitter. I'm sorry. That was a very bitter toast. That was very bitter.
Of returning to more normal, more neutral financial conditions. And our strategy is to set up a plan and have it operate, and really have the interest rate be the active tool of monetary policy. In terms of speaking to the American people, I feel like sometimes I want to remind us really that that's who we work for, and that it's inflation that people are feeling all over the country. And it's very important that they know that we know how painful it is, and that we are working hard on fixing it. I thought it was quite important to do that. And so that was really the thinking behind that.
Do you think the Fed has a credibility problem?
Oh, no.
And a good example of why would be that, so in the fourth quarter of last year, as we started talking about tapering sooner and then raising rates this year, you saw financial markets reacting, very appropriately. Not to bless any particular day's measure, but the way financial markets, the forward rate curve has tightened in response to our guidance and our actions, really amplifies our policy. I mean, it's monetary policy is working through expectations now to a very large extent. We've only done 2 rate increases, but if you look at financial conditions, the 2-year is at 280 now. In September, I think it was at 20 basis points, and that's all through the economy. People are feeling those higher rates already, and so that shows that the markets think that our forward guidance is credible, and I think that's we want to keep it that way.
He's gonna keep it that way.
Brian, Hi there, Brian Chung with Yahoo Finance. To expand on Steve's question about Paul Volcker, there was also a great pain that came with that as well. Higher interest rates obviously affecting households and businesses, and wondering how you kind of square what might be demand destruction. Are you already seeing that? Is the idea here to incentivize a lack of spending, to decrease consumption, to perhaps table business investments? Is that essentially what's happening through this hiking cycle? Thanks.
Well, so as I mentioned, you can see places where their demand is substantially in excess of supply, and what you're seeing as a result of that is prices going up and at unsustainable levels that are not consistent with 2% inflation. And so what our tools do is that as we raise interest rates, demand moderates and it moves down. Interest rates, businesses will invest a little bit less, consumers will spend a little bit less. That's how it works. But ultimately, getting supply and demand back in balance is what gives us 2% inflation, which is what gives the economy a footing where people can lead successful economic lives and not worry about inflation. I mean, so yes, there may be some pain associated with getting back to that, but the big pain is in not dealing over time, is in not dealing with inflation and allowing it to become entrenched.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Greg Robb from MarketWatch. I was wondering if you could take a step back and talk about, in March, the dot plot had, looked like steady quarter-point rate hikes, get the funds rate up to 2% at the end of the year. Now, it seems like you're much more aggressive. So could you talk about the thinking that's behind that? Thank you.
So, look, I think what you've seen is really, I would say, last fall, in the middle of last fall, there was a time when our policy stance was still pretty much in sync with what the data were saying. If you remember, there were a couple of weak jobs reports, and inflation had actually month by month, inflation had come down till September, a few months in a row, stayed low. And then around the end of October, we got 3 or 4 really strong readings that just said, no, this is a much stronger economy. And by the way, then with the restatement of the jobs numbers, it looked like the job market was much more even for the year, but that hadn't happened yet. Anyway, we got an ECI reading employment compensation index reading the Friday before the November meeting. Then we got a really strong jobs report. Then we got a really high CPI report. And so I think it became clear to the committee that we needed to adjust and adapt. And we have. Ever since then, really ever since then, we've been adapting. The committee moved by the time of the December meeting to a meeting of 3 rate increases, then to a meeting of 7 rate increases at the March meeting. And that process is going on. And it's clearly continuing. And that's why I say, and I actually mentioned this at the March meeting, that no one should look at any single SEP as sort of a real resting place for 90 days, because we're in a fast evolving situation, and that's what's happened. You can see unanimous vote today, of course, and I told you the guidance that broad support on the committee to have 50 basis point hikes on the table at the next couple of meetings. So you're right, and by the way, other forecasters have been doing the same thing. And it's just us adapting to the data and to the situation and using our tools to deal with it.
Thanks. We'll go to Nancy for the last question.
Hi, Nancy Marshall-Genzer with Marketplace. Chair Powell, I want to ask how you're able to balance your dual mandate, stable prices, and maximum employment, especially when the unemployment rate for black workers is still roughly double, roughly twice the rate for white workers.
So unemployment rates for all racial groups have come down a lot and are now much closer to where they were before the pandemic hit. So so that's one thing I would say, and that's important. But the bigger point is this: I do not at this time see the two sides of the mandate as in tension. I don't, because you can see that the labor market is out of balance. You can see that there's a labor shortage. There aren't enough people to fill these job openings, and companies can't hire, and wages are moving up at levels that would not over time be consistent with 2% inflation over time. And of course, everyone loves to see wages go up, and it's a great thing, but you want them to go up at a sustainable level, because these wages are to some extent being eaten up by inflation. So what that really means is, to get the kind of labor market we really want to get, we really want to have a labor market that serves all Americans, especially the people in the lower income part of the distribution, especially them. To do that, you've got to have price stability. And we've got to get back to price stability so that we can have a labor market where people's wages aren't being eaten up by inflation, and where we can have a long expansion too. That's the good thing, is you can have, as we've had several of the longest expansions in U.S. history have been in the last 40 years, and that's because it's been a time of low inflation. And long expansions are good for people and good for the labor market. So that's the way I think about it. I think we, our tools work. We have to think in the medium and longer term.
I just want to touch on what Hoback said there. Where are the adult date posts coming from? Can you block? They keep popping up, and I can only block them when they pop up, and I try to. I apologize, Hoback, but there's nothing I can do. I mean, I time them out, I block them, I report them. I don't. I can click on something that says hide user on this channel, but it doesn't really seem to ever really do anything, which I just did. But I don't think I can do anything. Apologize for that.
And I do think that the best thing for everyone is for us to get back to price stability to support really a sustained period of strong labor market conditions. Thanks very much.
No, he was done anyways. Let's take a look at our final numbers for the day. Oh, son of a gun, I just closed out a page I didn't mean to close out. Hold on a second here. I got to pull up something. I said I was going to pull up something. Habib was on here asking a question earlier, saying something about, like, in the last year, crap, right? And I just want to pull this up over here. I know not all of us are in here at the same price, and I get that, right? I understand. So I'm not trying to diminish any of your all's losses, but I just want you to know that we are still holding, all of us together, and If you pull up the market summary on AMC over the last year, AMC is up 67.63% over the last year. If I was just investing in a company for a year's period of time, and I had an increase in price by 67.63%, you would never hear me complain once. And I know we're not all in at the same point. I get it. I understand. I know there's some of us who are in a much higher price. I know people personally who are in at a much higher price. I understand. But you can't sit here and legitimately tell me that when you have on a year basis the stock price up 67.63%, that we aren't moving in the right direction. I know it's going down now, but you have to understand, guys, this thing is not looking bad. It's just looking bad for people who got in later. Perspective is everything. No, I'm not saying no squeeze. That's exactly the opposite of what I'm saying. Yep. You are correct, Salty Dog. I would have been ecstatic for 40% on any stock that I was invested in for a year's period of time. If I had 40% increase in value over a year's period of time, I would be absolutely ecstatic. We're over that. Not all of us. But you haven't been in the play if you're in for over a year. I'm sorry. I said that completely wrong. That came out. Wait, the alcohol is definitely kicking in. You haven't been in this play for over a year if you're not experiencing those kind of gains. I want you to think about that. Because there's a very good likelihood that once you have been in the play for a year, you'll see gains of at least that much. Dana says, just pay us our money and stop pussyfooting around. I know, right? Let's get to this. Let's get to the meeting. This is my Hawk Koch voice. Let's get this thing over with. Let's go. I want to meet him so bad. I really want to meet that guy. Let's take a look at our numbers. Let me log into Fidelity real quick here. Oh, son of a gun. I hit the wrong tab. There we go. No. Oh, it logged me out. Oh, like the kind of log out that I can't. Oh, hold on a second, guys. This is gonna suck. Please be the right password. Oh, it was the right password. I like hard logged myself out so bad that it's asking me to do a two-factor authentication. Give me just 1 second. Read you off the number so you guys can access my account. And I'm back in. All right. Taking you guys over to the other screen if I hadn't already. Let's take a look at our numbers. What do we got going on here? Starting with the off exchange. An hour ago, we had approximately 46.94 and 14.36 in the EDGX. Let's see where we're at now. Currently at 47.11 and 14.85%. Moving over to Vortex. As of an hour ago, we had approximately, fireworks. We got fireworks here. An hour ago, we had 2.32 million shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day. It is now 3.31. That is exceptionally high. That is a very high value for that. That puts us at estimated current short share interest up to 19.2% and cost to borrow at 1.95. Those are high numbers. 3.31 million shares borrowed for the day-to-day, and short interest is pretty high. Options. Highest amount of volume an hour ago was at $15 for the calls, was 7.6 thousand contracts, is now $15.5 strike price with 10.1 million contracts. Puts, highest amount of puts currently at $14 an hour ago was 8.2 thousand contracts, now 9.6. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC currently in 18th position with 66% buys to 34% sell ratio, looking very strong. GME slipping down actually quite a bit here. It looks like their volume may have dropped off down to 27th position. They have 73% buys to 27% sell ratio, which is not bad at all. So lower volume, but still doing well on the buy to sell ratio. Trigger price for SSR would have been $13.96 for the day-to-day. Shares borrowed in the last hour, it does look like they borrowed 100K. That puts us at 2.1 million shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day. Yesterday it was 4.95. Very, very high yesterday. 124.1 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 10.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. 42.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 35.3 that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 2.7%. Dow Jones is up 2.5%, and S&P 500 is up 2.6%. We currently have 5,158 advancers to 2,484 decliners. The market is advancing, with the VIX down 11.21%. There had to have been an infusion of money. I don't think that this is just caused by simply sentiment in the market. I mean, some of it probably is a little bit of sentiment, but it's also probably involving a little bit of cash infusion at the same time. IWM up 2.45%, Tesla up 3.37%, Amazon is up 0.96%, Cinemark is down 0.62%, Doge is up 3.85%, Bitcoin is up 5.65%, GameStop is up 3.75%, HYMC is down 2.79%, Hood is up 7.28%, and AMC is up 2.29%. Refreshing inflow versus outflow. We currently have $2 million more in outflow than inflow, roughly speaking, just kind of rounding off. 22.6 million shares having been traded for the day with approximately 29 minutes left of trading to do. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. Oops. We're on pace to hit about 24.4 million shares traded for the day today. That is definitely within the 20 to 40 million I suggested in pre-market. On the weekly, an imminent crossover appearing on the weekly. Vortex indicator with a RSI of 40.16%, which is below average. On the daily, I'm going to have to say more buying pressure than selling pressure. That is a really tough one to see right there. More buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.98%. That is below average. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.84, above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 69.67. It looks like we may have been just outside the trigger for overbought territory or signaling. I don't know why I say territory. It's like how I think of it, I guess, in my head. This is pretty significant right here. On the 5-minute interval, we have a lot more buying pressure than selling pressure with a massive gap showing. And the RSI at 74.66 showing heavily overbought right now. and continuing to rise. So we did indeed break out ascending out of the ascending parallel channel, which is very unusual. Typically speaking, when that happens, I suggest that we look for a cup and handle. Usually what happens on a cup and handle, though, is that, and let me get rid of the Bollinger Band so you can kind of see this a little bit better. Typically what you see, what ends up happening is you see a parallel channel that leads into a new parallel channel on a more steeper incline, followed by usually a third steeper parallel channel incline that breaks out going up as well. I don't want to say that's what this is going on right quite yet. If I were to pull back out to say like a 30-minute interval and look for a cup and handle type shape, I would probably not find it unless it was this. Unless this was the gigantic cup. But if this is the cup, we're on a very slow recovery leading to the other side. I don't know how many of you remember really early this morning where I said I expected it to be a green day today. I think maybe a lot of you would have probably doubted me at some point when I said that. Wednesdays, historically speaking, are not good days for us. If we have a green day on Wednesdays, we have the best chance of having a red day on Thursdays. I want you to keep that in mind. Historically speaking, having a green day on Wednesday means red on Thursday. There's always a negative side to every positive side. Who said suck, squeeze, bang, blow? Brian says suck, squeeze, bang, blow. Volume is not really, we didn't get a spike in volume, we got a spike in price, so not necessarily. We need to see another high day of volume, something higher than like 40 million shares, which could happen tomorrow. We could legitimately have like we could actually go down in price tomorrow and see 40 million shares traded tomorrow, and that would put us into the squeeze portion of the suck, squeeze, bang, blow phase of the cycle. Apes RS says, I think after any green day we can expect red. Casey is not slick. That's an easy bet. I'm just basing it off of the data. I mean, I can't disagree with you, man. I can't disagree with you. It's pretty funny. I like how you called me out, though. I like that. It's not it's not hard to figure out, right? Yeah, doctor says Shaw, we basically just running up goofy spy right now. Yeah, pretty much. ABC says, could the high amount of shares borrowed be used to hide failure to deliver? Yes. Shares can be borrowed to pay down failure to delivers, 100%. I'm going to end the poll. 234 votes. 71% of you said yes to the idea as my mom is a good candidate. For those of you who didn't watch earlier, I have a timestamp that I'm going to be plugging into the description at the end of the show for when my mom came onto the show to answer questions. That wasn't planned at all. Like legit, I talked to her last night about the idea. She was gung ho about it. She's already starting to work on like things that she'd like to see changed and things that she thinks that we want to see changed, and how she could potentially put some of the money that she would make as a board member into the AMC Cares program, which I think is extremely cool, considering that it does seem like the program's a little bit dead, and it's important that I think that things like that not be dead, especially since um, I feel like, and this is maybe just my perspective, but I feel like our community cares. Our community cares greatly about our community, and knowing that a company like AMC has a program called AMC Cares, who looks out for people in the community, is a perfect place to put money. So I'm going to end the poll, and we're going to proceed to the next step, and what that's going to entail is basically me figuring out what it is exactly that she needs to do, what steps she needs to do in order to apply for a board position. I know we're on a bit of a timeline, but also getting an interview with her on this weekend. I'm going to do a 12-minute interview with her so that you guys can see who she is, what she stands for, what she believes in, so that everybody can see it, because I think it's important for her to be seen by the entire community across the board, retail everywhere. Needs to see what she stands for and whether or not they agree that they want her on the board as a representative of the community. And along with that, maybe getting her an interview with some of the different YouTube personalities in our community. Froggy, Tony, Pantheon, Macedonian, Boss Blunts. I'm gonna put her out there. I know Boss Blunts wants to do it too. And there is 2 open board seats. There's not just 1 open board seat right now. There's 2, and I think that the Apes deserve both those seats. In fact, I think we deserve a 3rd, maybe even a 4th seat. If we own the entire float, we should own at least half the seats on the board, maybe even more. But I'll settle for half. I'll start negotiating it at half. You always leave room. You always leave room on the bottom side when you start high. So I'm gonna start at half. I think we deserve five seats. We'll negotiate down from there. 71 to 28. But I expect you guys to ask her hard questions. I don't want you guys to go easy on her. I know she's my mom, and I'm not going to be angry at you. I won't. I'm going to ask her tough questions. You wait and see. I'm going to be just as hard as her. And she knows this. She knows this about me. I'm going to be just as hard on her as you guys, if not harder. This is my money too. My money is involved in this, and I'm not going to just elect just anybody into a position like this. VIX is down 12.92%. That's high. It's really, really high. Look at that. Casey's mom's got it going on. I should play that song tomorrow. Just for the heck of it. I noticed in the Discord, none of you guys have put in anything in this. Like, myself had like a wonderful suggestion to create a music suggestions channel, and there's not a single suggestion in there yet. I thought that was kind of funny. The seats have been empty, Alex, since July of last year. We've had 2 empty board seats on the board. How many months are we into it? 10 months. Salty, I'm gonna look into it. I don't have the answer right now. I'm gonna look into it and I'm gonna make sure that I have all my ducks in a row. Like I said, I was talking to her like it might have even been 2 o'clock in the morning my time last night. It may have been 1 o'clock. I don't know, but hence the reason why I'm so tired today. But that was also because of poker as well. So, but I'm gonna get my ducks in a row. And we're going to make sure that we know exactly what it is she needs to do, what she needs to accomplish, and what time frame she needs to get it done by. Brush Away by the Alice in Chains Band. Let me write that down, Brian. I had, you know what one of my biggest regrets is as far as going to a concert is? I had let's see, my wife's cousin's husband. I don't know what that is to me. But my wife's cousin's husband was going to take his wife to an Alice in Chains concert that came here to Austin. His wife hates rock. I think she's only into country. So he called me up he texted me and he said, "Hey, do you want to go to an Alice in Chains concert?" And I mean, I know him pretty well, not really, really well, but I know him well enough to know him. and I said no. And my wife was like, "Why'd you say no?" And I was like, "It's kind of weird, 2 guys going to a concert together." So she's like, "Are you serious?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's just it's weird." And I regret it so much. I wish I would have gone. What a missed opportunity. I'm gonna put you down, Captain. Total missed opportunity. I should have gone. There was nothing funny about him. He's a good guy. He's a really good guy. I like him a lot. He's really cool. I've just never gone to a concert with another dude before. It was just kind of weird for me. It was kind of one of those things where it was kind of like, I don't know, just felt weird about it. Brian's like, "Yeah, you missed out." I'm sure I did. I really, really regret it. That's probably one of the biggest regrets I ever have about not going to a concert. By far. Massive regrets. If I could take that moment back, I so would, Brian. You don't even understand. It just felt awkward. And I told my wife too, I was like, I didn't want to go without you either. My wife's really cool. If you understood like how cool my wife is, as far as like going out and having a good time, she's so cool. She's like the best person to like hang out with when you're going out and doing stuff. And I didn't want to go out without her. I was just kind of like, I felt bad. I was like, I didn't want to go without you. And she's like, that was dumb. Yeah, I know, but I would have felt bad. I would have felt bad leaving her behind. It was kind of like a multi-factor kind of thing. Like I felt bad that she wouldn't be able to go, and then I felt bad. Uh, I felt weird about going with another dude. I went to one of the very save it. I think I might have saved the channel. It's trying to die. Trying to turn off all the peripherals in the house to make sure this doesn't end. Okay, it says excellent connection now, so that's good. I almost lost you guys. That was close. Dr. Zeno says if you have a cool wife, you're already a very rich man. Fact. I don't disagree. Look at me. Look at me, doctor. Look at me now. I'm telling you, man. She's cool. She's so, so cool. You can't even imagine how cool she is. She's cooler than cool. She's ice cold. In a good way. In a really good way. You guys, you'll see. When you get a chance to meet her, you'll see. She's going to be embarrassed, though. Our earnings report data is showing up on Webull now, and it says our estimated EPS is down 0.6334. What is it at currently? 2.65. Does that mean does it mean it's going to improve by 2% or 2 points? Or is it saying it's going to go down? I think that's saying it's going to improve. Our EPS is almost going to be in the positive, I think, based off of what this is saying right here. This is showing estimated EPS to be at negative 0.6334. That puts us like extremely narrow. I mean, that puts us probably within 1/4 away from being net positive on estimated EPS. If that's what we come out to. PC3, she's like 100 times cooler than me. 100 times. I know it's hard to imagine. Oh shoot, here we go. I don't have a link to the Hold on a second. Let me see if I can get you one. Yeah, I will. It's a really long link. Shoot, it's not gonna let me do that. I mean, it's okay. This link won't get you there. The link is so long that I can't even post it in there because it's too long. Just go to Google and type in AMC EPS. You'll find it. Oh, DM you the link? All right, I'll DM you the link. It's one hell of a link. Brian says, just go watch some Joan Cusack movies. You'll feel better. Oh my gosh. Ugh. There's actually one person that's almost worse than Joan Cusack. And I don't know what her name is. You know that girl that was in From Dusk Till Dawn? She's an adult now, but I'm looking her up. Juliette Lewis. Juliette Lewis is probably the only other person that's worse. No, not Selma Hayek. Selma Hayek's okay. Like legit, I actually think Selma Hayek's not a bad actress. She's all right. But Juliette Lewis is probably the only other person that's worse than Joan. Yes, yes, Donald. That was actually the first movie where no, it was Dusk Till Dawn was the first one that I didn't like her in. But she was in Cape Fear with De Niro. I think she can't act. I just don't. I've never seen her in a movie where I thought she could act. She just does. She has Juliette Lewis. Was that her name? Juliette. Yeah, Juliette Lewis reminds me of John Cusack. In regards to like emotions, like she has none. Myself says I can think of at least 2 reasons. Oh shoot, you know what? Dang it, guys, I'm rolling past time. I just get carried away and I forget all the time. It's that time of the day. I hate to do it to you guys, but it is that time of the day. Eat, sleep. No, that's not how it starts off. It's that time of the day. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is another trading day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, spend time with your kids, your pets, whatever. Go out and do something. Tomorrow's another trading day. I'll see you tomorrow morning. But above all else, don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
This is just for myself.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
I see the crystal raindrops fall, and the beauty of it all is when the sun comes shining through to make those rainbows in my mind. When I think of you sometime, and I want to spend some time with you, just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building castles in the sky, just the two of us. You and I. We look for love, no time for tears. Wasted water's all that is, and it don't make no flowers grow. Good things might come to those who wait, but not for those who wait too late. We gotta go for all we know. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. I hear the crystal raindrops fall on the window down the hall, and it becomes the morning dew. And darling, when the morning comes and I see the morning sun, I wanna be the one with you. Just the